campuses. Within these regional campuses, we have what we call the community study centers, which are located in very remote areas. And with this, we have catered for learners or communities who cannot access education in the regional campuses. So it is in our plan to even take our research to these communities. As I speak right now, we are busy developing a concept note of taking research to the people. We are thinking of coming up with knowledge hubs that we are going to locate in these campuses. We don't know how this is going to happen, but we are going to make it happen. I'm saying this because ever since COVID happened, we experienced a lot of financial resources, lack of financial resources. So we are not able to implement some of our big dreams in as far as taking knowledge to the communities is concerned. Okay, like I've said, we are a very young university operating with only 20 programs from 4 schools: the School of Business, the School of Education, the School of Social Science, and the School of Science and Technology. We are working on developing our program menu. And for me, from listening to all the conversations that were happening for the past 2 weeks, I think for us, though we are young, we can take this opportunity, because we are developing programs, we can take this opportunity of integrating indigenous knowledge into our programs. And the reason why I'm saying this is because in Botswana, for us to come up with programs, we need to carry out a needs assessment before we develop the programs. So because we are located in the communities, in rural areas, we should be able to collect information from these rural areas and maybe integrate some of the indigenous knowledge practices in our curriculum. So after we transitioned to an open university, we took a strategic move to establish an office of research that will be responsible for cultivating a culture of research. You can imagine transitioning from a college which is dominated by people who have been teachers, and research was not part of that culture. So we came up with this office so that we can develop a culture of research. So this office is responsible for developing policies, plans, and regulatory procedures for research innovation, and provides general support for staff. We monitor quality of research and promoting researcher engagement through seminars and colloquiums. We assist in developing researchers among staff and students. We facilitate grants mobilization. We manage research database. So for the management of research database, we are able to know within the institution who does what. So if in cases where you want to collaborate with our researchers, we are the point. We have the profile of what they do. We are also responsible for organizing workshops, seminars. We manage research integrity process in the university, and all this we are doing in collaboration with the schools that I've mentioned. Then our research frameworks. We implement our research undertakings guided by the Botswana Open University Research and Innovation Policy. We also have the research ethics policy, the research strategy, and our research community engagement strategy. Sorry, the university research, not research, the university community engagement strategy. And of course, all these are guided by the National Policy on Research and Technology. I'm going to speak to, amongst the frameworks that I've identified, I'm going to speak to the one on the research strategy and the engagement strategy, for the simple reason that these are the documents that connect us to, to, to the communities and also connect us to what CODIS-RIA is trying to do. Our research strategy has identified key or focus areas that we want to run with for the next 5 years. And among these, we have indigenous knowledge systems and the creative economy. So basically what I'm saying here is that there are some activities happening in as far as focus area 2 is concerned. And we also have our community engagement strategy, which is trying to direct our researchers to work with the communities. For example, the engagement strategy is set to promote scholarship engagement through engaged teaching and learning and research. It also seeks to establish and maintain relationship with the university communities and industry. It seeks to share, exchange, and apply knowledge and skills with the communities and industry. So basically what this community engagement strategy is saying is that let us co-create knowledge with the communities and ensure that that knowledge is not only taken by us, but also applied in the communities that we are co-creating with. So just for you to appreciate what has been going on, like I've said, I'm also involved in the mobilization of resources for research in the institution. So what we have done so far, recently we applied for a grant which spoke to issues of indigenous knowledge, and we are still awaiting results. We applied for 1.5 million to undertake this research on integrating indigenous knowledge and gender dynamics in climate, smart livestock, and agricultural technology. So we are still waiting results for the outcome of this application. Another application that we have made is on the CSA. And for this one, it has not been granted, but all is not lost. The researchers are busy working on the comments of the funder so that they can resubmit this this application. So the reason why I'm trying to show you some of these applications is that it's a demonstration that indeed something is happening with regards to indigenous knowledge, though we don't have a specific center that deals with indigenous knowledge. The research happens in schools as opposed to a specific center. Then just to pick a few publications from our researchers on indigenous knowledge, we have these two that focused on education. For example, we have that one on cultural factors affecting the teaching of comprehensive sexuality education in early grades. So this is another activity that is happening a continuous research that is happening in the School of Education. So in concluding, I can say that Botswana Open University has a strategic intent to conduct research with the people to facilitate its vision and mission of impactful research and community engagement. Then community engagement strategy also speaks to transdisciplinary research and the co-creation of knowledge, and these intentions align with the current project and CODISRIA program intention. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to rest my case and take any questions.
Good morning. Bonjour. Habari asubuhi. Yeah, I can see we are very dull as I introduce you to Kakamega County, the western part of Kenya. I will introduce you with a clip of Isukuti dance. Those who can dance, you can join us before I begin my presentation. Isukuti is actually recognized as a part of the UNESCO's intangible cultural heritage. It was inscribed in 2014. It is a dance that is performed among the Isuha and Idaho communities of the western part of Kenya, and it is performed during all functions, all ceremonies, birth, circumcision, funerals, and all that. And what is interesting, it is gendered. Even the drums are gendered. We have a father, a mother, and a baby. It's just 1 minute. So let us listen to and enjoy the tune. Thank you. This was a performance, a recent performance during the orientation of our first year, I think 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it is just a 1 minute. So those who are coming to Western, to Kakamega, to Most, this is part of what you'll be enjoying. Yeah, you should prepare yourselves. Yeah, with your dancing gear. So this is my presentation. From Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology. Our university motto is the University of Choice. This is the aerial view of our university. You can see we are within the forest, the Kakamega Tropical Forest, which is the remaining part of the Congo Basin forest. You can see how beautiful it is. That is part of the view of our university. So just the scope of the presentation, I'll briefly talk about the establishment of the university, which is also historical and cultural. We'll talk briefly about the administrative structure, because as an institute, we are anchored within the university administration. Then talk about the Institute of Indigenous Knowledge, Cultural Studies, and Climate Change, its establishment, areas of focus, the activities. Then you'll also enjoy some pictorial presentations of some of the activities we've been engaging in. I'm told the pointer is not working on that screen, but you can see the red. I'm not a geographer. That is the location of Kakamega. That is the map of Kenya. And we are located on the western part of Kenya. We are immediate neighbors to Uganda. In fact, from our university, it is just like 3 to 4 hours drive to Kampala. That is the capital city of Uganda. On the northern part, we neighbor Ethiopia. The other part, we neighbor Somalia. Then down, we are neighboring Tanzania. But where it is marked red, that is where we are located. Then this is just the map of Kakamega County. Kenya has a devolved system of governance. We have 48 governments, 47 county governments, and 1 national government. So Kakamega County is just one of the 47 county governments, and it is the second largest county in the country. I would say the second largest rural county in the country. We are neighboring to other counties. We have Trans Nzoia County, Uasin Gishu County, Nandi County, Vihiga County, Siaya County, Busia, and Bungoma County. All those counties have very rich cultural heritages, both tangible and intangible. And as an institute, we don't just zero within Kakamega County. We focus even in communities within those other counties. So about MUST. MUST is a public university, which is located in the western part of Kenya. At least now we have an idea of where the western part of Kenya is. It was founded through a Harambee spirit on 5th January 1972. Harambee in Kiswahili, in English, means pulling together. Actually, it was the slogan of the first president of Kenya. Maybe we can equate it to socialism in Tanzania. So the university was established through a community initiative where members of the community were pulling resources together, and those who could not afford, the leaders within the various communities would pick anything by force from members of the community so that they could establish by then it was a college called Western College of Arts and Applied Sciences, abbreviated as WECO. That was in 1972. In 2007, the university became fully fledged and as the 7th public university in Kenya. Now we have 39 public universities in Kenya. MUST is the 7th one in terms of establishment. So by 2027, we'll be 20 years old as a fully fledged university. So the university has grown to become one of the leading institutions of higher education in Kenya, which is committed to academic excellence, research, innovation, and community service. And maybe it is by virtue of that, the Institute of Indigenous Knowledge was established to help the university realize its goal of being a premier university in science, technology, and innovation, and also realize its mission of providing excellent university education, training, and research through integrating science, technology, and innovation into quality programs to suit the needs of a dynamic society. In terms of administration, all public universities in Kenya are under a particular administrative structure. We have the chancellor, and under the chancellor, we have the vice chancellor. And in our university, there are 3 divisions working under the vice chancellor. We have the division of planning, research, and innovation. That is where we are anchored as an institute. We have the division of academic and student affairs. Then we have the division of administration and finance. Under those 3 divisions, we have 11 academic schools, which cut across disciplines, School of Education, School of Arts and Social Sciences, School of Engineering, School of Public Health, School of Medicine, among others. They cut across various disciplines. And among these schools, we have 52 departments, we have 5 campuses, we have 3 study centers with a student population of 25,000 with over 100 programs running from certificate up to PhD level, open and distance. We call them Odell programs, among others. That is just a glimpse of the organogram of our university in terms of administrative structure. Now I come to the Institute of Indigenous Knowledge, Cultural Studies, and Climate Change. The name is mouthful, but we abbreviate it as ICS. So in line with the university's vision and mission, the university established this institute in October 2020. And we realized that during that time, COVID happened. So there was nothing much that happened. The institute was established with a director, with me as the deputy director at that time. So actually, we've just been a staff of 2 people for quite some time. So what was the rationale of the university establishing this institute? First, you realize that Kenya is diverse in terms of geography, languages, and culturally. We have between 42, some researchers say 42 languages, others say 70. So we normally say between 42 to 72 languages. And the number of languages are also equated to the cultures, the diverse cultures that exist. Since we were here last week, we know that languages or culture is encoded in what? Language. So we are rich and diverse with cultural heritage. Kenya is ranked 58 in the world and 4th in Africa with the richest culture and heritage. We have oral traditions, traditional arts and crafts, music and dance, visual arts and crafts, ceremonies, social customs, lifestyles and traditional belief systems, traditional medicines and practices, agriculture, food, forest management, conservation, sustainable use, among others. Another reason why this institute was established, the problem of attrition. Attrition simply means in quotes, our cultural heritage is on the verge of what? Disappearing, for the obvious reasons, globalization and other things. So we thought of, because of the rich culture, rich cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, within the country and within the western part of Kenya, it was important to establish, an institute or a place that can help in protection, preservation, safeguarding of our culture that is on the verge of disappearing. And again, another rationale was the location of Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. We are strategically located, we are strategically located in a rich cultural environment. Talk about, ask any Kenyan, ask Mushai here, ask Priscilla, they'll say the western part of Kenya is the richest in terms of what? Culture, not just richest, and also in terms of what? Implementing. People from western part, they really, most of them really uphold to their cultural practices. Again, I'll be giving some of the sites within Western Kenya. Another rationale was the multicultural population of staff and students at the university, both at local and international communities. And actually, these provided opportunities for research on matters related to indigenous knowledge or alternative knowledge and culture. So our institute is anchored on 3 related pillars. We have indigenous knowledge. I wanted just to point out some of the rich, the rich culture, tangible and intangible cultural heritages in Western Kenya. We have the Nabongo Shrine of the Wanga Kingdom. which has a traditional governance. That is the only kingdom that is remaining in Kenya. We have rich traditional foods, both vegetables. I've just given an example of murenda, jute malo. You cannot go to the western part of Kenya without partaking what we call busuma. In South Africa, they call it pap. Like now, I'm really suffering because I've not had busuma for almost 2 weeks. That is our staple food. We have ingoko. Ingoko is a traditional chicken. Those will come, it has a lot of cultural beliefs attached to it, gender perspectives attached to it. When you arrive in the land of peace, called the land of Mulembe, because the Western people are believed to be peaceful people, for you to know that you've been received well, a chicken must do what? Die. I'm doing a direct translation. And there are some parts that women are not supposed to eat. They're exclusively for, so it is actually, it has a lot of cultural beliefs and practices. We have medicinal herbs like the mukombero, which is actually in the Kakamega tropical rainforest. We have traditional sports like bullfighting, music and dance like isukuti. We have a kamaveka, we have poetry, traditional regalia, the Crying Stone, Mount Elgon Caves, the Luya dialects. Actually, there are 16, 17, 18 around there. Migration and settlement, rites of passage. We have Dini ya Msambwa. It is only in the western part of Kenya that we have Jesus. We had Dini ya Msambwa. Its leader was Elijah Wanameme, and actually he fought. He used spirituality to fight colonialism, and after him, we also have other traditional Jesus in quotes who've come up. Now we talk of Yesu wa Tongareni, meaning the Jesus that comes from a place called what? Tongareni, with a lot of tradition. So those who will come to Kakamega, we will have an opportunity. We have a rich ecosystem. We are richest, which is rich and most diverse, a blend of forests, notable Kakamega tropical rainforest, wetlands, rivers, Lake Victoria, agriculture, and among. So apart from Western, outside Kenya, we also have heritages, Mijikenda Kaya, with the sacred forest groves, which has also been inscribed by UNESCO, the Mara, where our sister Priscilla comes from, the old town, Lamu Old Town, Turkana, which is the cradle of mankind, traditional authority system like the Nchuruncheke and the Kenyan diverse languages, which are said to be between 60 and 70. So I think I had already presented here that the Institute now is anchored on that rich cultural environment. And we operate under 3 pillars: indigenous knowledge, although they are interrelated, cultural transmission and climate change. And these pillars are informed by UNESCO's local and indigenous knowledge systems, that is LINKS programs, which focuses on how IK can contribute to global diversity, biodiversity, conservation, and resilience. That is the LINKS, the UNESCO's LINKS, science policy, biodiversity, climate change, and knowledge transmission. That is where we are anchored. And this is how the Institute aligns with LINKS in terms of indigenous knowledge, cultural studies, and climate change. In terms of recognition, protection, and transmission of IK, pointing out, bringing out the fact that IK is inseparable from culture, language, and worldviews, and we promote cultural diversity and worldviews in knowledge co-creation, and lastly, integration of indigenous knowledge into adaptable and resilient environments. We don't just operate in isolation. We are anchored in some of the structures within the university policies, and legal, national and global legal frameworks. Notable ones, we have a strategic plan, a MOOS strategic plan. We have a research policy, the International relations and academic linkages policy. Those of us who will come to our university, there's already a policy in place that you will ensure that as our international guests, you are safe. We have intellectual property rights policy. When you are working with the indigenous communities, they must feel safe that whatever they have can be protected in terms of patenting and intellectual property. So we have that policy. Under some directorate, we have institutional research and ethics policy. Then we have the gender mainstreaming policy, among others. I've just pointed the ones that relate to mostly the work that we do. Then we have the Institute of Indigenous Knowledge and Cultural Studies policy, which is anchored on the national policy on culture and heritage, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, those articles, and the national policy on traditional knowledge, genetic resources, and traditional cultural expression. So apart from the most policies and the national legal framework, we are also anchored on other international policies and legal frameworks like the Vision 2030, the Global Sustainable Development Goals, Africa's Agenda 2023, the 2003 UNESCO Convention, among other conventions. So what is our mission and vision as an institute? We are working towards excellence in indigenous knowledge systems research, innovation, and extension, in view to promoting the discovery, conservation, application, and dissemination of indigenous knowledge and culture. We work under those core values: collaboration, integrity, inclusivity, excellence, human dignity, confidentiality, accountability, and patience. Patience is very important because mostly the custodians of indigenous knowledge are elderly people, people who are aging, and you really need to be patient with them. So we find it as a very important core value in our operation. Our areas of focus, you realize that indigenous knowledge is multidisciplinary. So we basically touch on all disciplines: education, sustainable environment, sport, games, food, indigenous food, food production, nutrition, food security, religion, all that. Actually, our area of focus is multidisciplinary, as you can read for yourselves. What are some of the activities? Okay, I would say that these activities and areas of focus are in our strategic plan and in our policy, but we haven't implemented all of them. They are there, but we are implementing some, but we haven't. Those are some of the activities we've put in place to help us realize our vision and mission. Since our establishment in 2020, what have we achieved? The first and biggest achievement is just the selection of Musa as one of the 10 hubs to host AFRIAK inaugural fellows by Podestria. Can you clap for us? For us, that is the biggest breakthrough, because since our establishment, we've never had an opportunity, such an opportunity. So it is really, really a breakthrough. And I strongly believe that it is going to be an avenue for other opportunities. Just by virtue of establishing an Institute of Indigenous Knowledge, Cultural Studies, and Climate Change, the only one in Kenyan universities. Other universities have anthropology, gender, or a center, but ours is a fully fledged. That is a very big achievement. We have a committee in place that help the operations of the Institute. We have a policy and a strategic plan that guides our operations. We conduct quarterly multidisciplinary webinars with academic schools. I've said that we have 11 academic schools, and since indigenous knowledge is multidisciplinary, we cannot work in silos. So we work closely with academic schools, and one of the ways we do it, we conduct what? We conduct webinars with them. Then collaboration with the knowledge bearers, organizations, CBOs, NGOs, and national and county governments in Kenya that are aligned to cultural and indigenous knowledge activities. We are represented in conferences, workshops, webinars, and among other dissemination forums. We conduct corporate social responsibility. Nowadays, it's called environmental social governance. through community outreach, tree planting, giving lectures and all that. Then we have established a vibrant UNESCO club comprising of young students and staff, and even old ones, those who are willing to, to join us. Then we've had research projects funded by the Institutional Research Fund and the University Research Fund. Every financial year, the university advertises for, although it's very little money, but we ensure that we make maximum use of it in terms of realizing our goals. Some of the projects we've conducted under URF and IRF, although the first one is not under that, it is the documentation of the history of MUST between 1971 and 2025. I just pointed out that our university is historical. We've conducted a study on indigenous communication media for promoting climate change mitigation and adaptation insights from Western Kenya, a place called Budalangi, which is actually known for floods. We have a completed book on upscaling indigenous mechanisms in delivering justice affordably and efficiently in indigenous African justice system. We have documented Tachoni male circumcision rituals, navigating cultural revitalization, heritage, and identity through lexicosemantic analysis. It has been published by NATCOM. We've done a study on ethnobotanical assessment of herbal medicine practices for cancer treatment among traditional medicine practitioners in Kenya. We've done the documentation of traditional drums of Western Kenya. We've done a documentation of gender, a documentation of gender, pottery, and cultural taboos and myths among a selected community in Western Kenya. Then lastly, cultural practices resilience in the wake of COVID-19 among communities in Western Kenya. Immediately after COVID, we thought of going out and finding out what were some of the indigenous mechanisms that the communities, traditional people were using to mitigate against the problem of COVID-19. So, positioning the Institute into AFRIAK's mission. How are we positioned into this? In terms of indigenous knowledge, we are committed to document, validate, and mainstream community-based knowledge. I've seen some of the projects talking about ethnobotany and herbal medicine, indigenous pedagogies, which mirrors the Institute's agenda of co-creation of knowledge with holders. In the issue of culture, indigenous knowledge is cultural. It carries memory, identity, history, and values. And we have projects on cultural studies programs, language, like for example, storytelling, music, and fashion. So you squarely fit into our institute. In terms of climate change, it is also a pillar. We promote the use of traditional ecological knowledge in biodiversity conservation. I've seen some of the concepts talking about indigenous agroecology, rainmaking, ecological stability, so you squarely fit. So you'll be in safe hands when you come to MUST. So next is just pictorial presentations. I'll directly translate from my mother tongue. Just feed your eyes. These are just pictorial presentations of some of the activities we've been doing. And you will see me in all of the photos. Don't say that, why were you? You know, in performance contracting, they talk of evidence. So for you to be sure that we've done it, you must see me in those photos. So in the first one, we were in Siaya County during a focus group discussion on cultural resilience practices in the wake of COVID-19. The other one, we were with a group of our respondents, knowledge holders. And kindly, I'll just point out that I have a reason why I'm presenting those pictures, because some speak to what we've been learning since last week, how to conduct yourselves when you are in the field, how to behave when you are with those knowledge holders. Yeah, so in the second picture, we are with the knowledge holders in our office, the institute. We just converged them after we had collected data on cultural resilience. And so we invited them just to come so that we can have a joint consultative meeting with them. We have said again, here now, again at Jamia Mosque in Kakamega, during the COVID cultural resilience, we also went to the churches, and the Muslim church really interested us because they also have their practices. Like them, even before COVID, they were just used to washing what? Hands. So we really wanted to see what were they doing different. So you can see I'm at the Jamia Mosque, and when I went, I didn't know that if you are a female, you don't put on a trouser. So I went in a trouser. So I was told I cannot enter a mosque with a trouser. So you can see I have a wrapper. I had to get a wrapper and tie. You know, those are some of the things you'd experience. You go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. There are some, that old lady was giving us information. We were in Bungoma County, one of the neighboring counties, again, some of the traditional remedies against the COVID-19. I've also pointed that we've documented the traditional drums of Western Kenya. That is, we were conducting a focus group discussion, so we took a photo with knowledge holders. You can see I'm holding a drum, one of the father of Isukuti. And you see that gentleman is one of the informers, and he's holding me. I was very uncomfortable, but you know, I had to fake a smile. You know, you see the way he's so happy. He's like, hey, I want to hold a, you know, in Kenya, as long as you work in a university, you are a professor. So these knowledge holders feel so good when you interact with them. So this one was like, hey, I have an opportunity to hold what? Professor. So I was so uncomfortable, like, hey, if my husband now would see this photo, it would. But because I wanted information from them, I was to pretend I'm happy. That is, again, an informer, the guy in a tie. Those are 3 drums. Again, it was after an in-depth interview. Then I've also pointed out that we did a project on gender perspectives in pottery. There's a place in Kakamega called Ilesi, commonly known for making pots and all that. So we were looking at the gender perspective. So this was my female respondent. You can see I'm standing with her. It was very early in the morning and it was raining because, again, there are cultural practices when it comes to when to go and pick the clay. So she had told me, you ensure that by 6, 7, you've come, because when we are going to that place where to pick the soil, the ancestors and all that, you know, those spiritualities. So it was raining, she's holding the soil and all that. That is my male respondent again on the same. Very, very useful insights. Yeah, even if you don't want to, you've made your nails, ladies, you'll have to pick that soil. Yeah, be part of it. Then ethnobotanical assessment of herbal medicine. We went up to Rift Valley. In Kenya, there's a community, the Kalenjin community believed that they are very good when it comes to traditional medicines. So we went there. This is my female respondent. And I can tell you people, I have a testimony. After 2 weeks after this, I got a fracture here. And this lady, actually, she's the one who healed me using traditional remedy. That is an FGD. I'll move very fast. Ethnobotanical, you can see we are in the field with our FDG. I'll move very fast. In Budalangi, I'm on Lake Victoria. This is one of the females in refugee camps. Then documentation of drums, you can see, you know, I'm in a red jacket. I'm even trying to play. Then in this other one now, we were trying traditional regalias in the Bukusu Cultural Center. So you can see the lady colleague has a pot on her head. Me, I'm holding the guard. Men, actually it's a taboo. We were told that we cannot even touch those regalia. We would drop there and die. That's why you see the lady has a pot and me, I have what? The guard, the gender perspective. Then here, we also do climate change. I was leading a traditional song in Mount Elgon among the Sabaot communities. You can see I'm holding that stick. Again, there's a way of the way female hold stick and the way men hold. I love dancing anyway. There, during the launch of the UNESCO club, I'm planting a tree. We have a UNESCO corner at the university. We also celebrated the 2025 International Mother Language Day. We are there with local artists, Kenyans who are here. You know Mama Kayai. There we are dancing. A woman herbalist exhibiting during that day. I talked about the only Wanga kingdom. This is the king going around the exhibition. His Royal the Majesty King Nabongo II. A Sukuti dance performing during that. Iren technology, we also go out in the field. We had gone out during an event organized by Iren. A nutrition plate, it has a lot of information. Herbal medicine exhibition during that. With knowledge holder, community herbalist. At the Masai Mara, you can see I had to dress like them, like Priscilla, so that I get the information. I'm even buying products from them so that I get the buy-in for them to give me information. We also hold webinars. These are just some of the posters for the webinars. You've heard of the Crying Stone, the Kakamega Tropical Forest, the bullfighting, Mount Elgon Cave, the Turkana dance in Moose, Tiriki circumcision. So how do we co-create with knowledge holders? We acknowledge their intellectual contribution. We do joint research, design, data collection. We use participatory methods. Have you seen? We invite knowledge holders, we co-author, and we translate findings into community-friendly forms like local languages. So let us co-create indigenous knowledge. I wish to thank the following: MasterCard for funding the project, Codestria for provision of the opportunity to participate in this forum, Most for giving me permission to be here, speakers for their insightful presentations, then fellows for your active engagement. So as I finish, on behalf of MUST and the Institute, I'm honored to welcome the inaugural cohort of AFRIAK Fellows to the University of Choice. Welcome. Benview, karibu sana. You can read your language. And no, I've taken your time, but just I want these people, to dance a bit. There's a song called Mwana Wamberi. And Mwana Wamberi means the firstborn child. You people are the inaugural cohort of AFRIAK Fellowship. And as a firstborn, you get a lot of privileges. Those of you who are mothers and fathers, you will get the best dresses, the best shoes, and all that. So I just want us to sing and dance to this song so that as we celebrate
Yes, whether you raise up your hand or not, impromptu. And I have a question for you from these presentations. Okay, you are now quiet. Any comments, any questions, any thoughts? I have one person there. Please, let's have a mic there. One mic there, and then there is one mic there. I start with those two, and then I see how to proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Monica Tulsi Leputa. I'm from South Africa. My question is for our sister from Botswana. She has actually spoke in detail about the funding and the projects that are happening on IKS. So I wanted to ask her, I didn't hear her touching on fundings that are actually linked with other countries. Making an example, in South Africa, we have the NRF, which is the most funder for IKS related work. And most funding, or there is some funding that comes out and they will say, we want you to collaborate specifically with people in Botswana who do the similar work. I mean, people from Russia. I'm just making an examples because it goes beyond Africa. So I just wanted to ask her which other external funding or collaborations does your research fund allows, because we cannot really focus mainly on the country when it comes to funding, but rather look at external collaborations with other funds. And have you also heard about the NRF funding, and have you used it with any South African researcher or any South African institution? That is the first question. And the second question was for the second speaker who just made us sweat just now. My question. My question for you is that does your university allow exchange of students or researchers? Do you have such opportunities where actually maybe students from South Africa from a certain university can come to yours for a specific time to engage, but also to do research? So do you do any student-related exchange programs? I'm asking these colleagues because most of the people who do exchange programs in my university are not African. You find maybe they're from South Korea, China, Russia, but you hardly find any student exchange programs where people from a certain African country do that, African universities doing the exchange programs. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Namakula Flavia. My question is the same as Monica's. It's all about exchange programs. Actually, even us in Makerere University, most of the times the people we receive are from an international scale, people from Germany, people from Belgium. They're the only people that come into our university for cultural exchange and so on. Is there any possibility in your program that you'll allow African students to come and be part of that foundation that you laid, such that we not only give opportunity from people from outside our homes, yet even our homes are still lacking?
Anyone else? Can I have a mic here? And then the next one on the other side, which I can't see who, but let me start here.
Good morning. My name is Salamotu Dango from Nigeria. I enjoyed your presentation. It was fun and engaging. I want to ask of your opinion about the relationship between religion and traditional healing processes. When I talk of religion, I'm specifically talking of Islam and Christianity. Sometimes when you are sick, you go to a traditional healer and he evokes a devilish spirit on you. Sometimes you see people running back to church and they ask them, where did you go? They say, I went to a herbalist and he evoked a spirit on me that I don't even know. I just want to hear your honest opinion from a religious perspective about going to traditional healers. Thank you.
Somebody there?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte from Cameroon. I want to thank two sisters for the very insightful presentations. I think from that we can see that your universities have very strong academic institutions. So I just want to know if there are opportunities. This is in line with Monica's question and my sister from Kenya, but more of opportunities for perhaps master classes or maybe learning exchanges more in the direction of indigenous authorities or indigenous knowledge bearers within potential placements. Like, for example, if I'm placed in Botswana, for example, and with some other scholars, are we going to have opportunities to perhaps exchange with indigenous authorities in these countries? I'm using the example of Botswana. We have, like, for example, Professor Chilisa Bagili. So if perhaps this equally goes to Dr. Godwin, if when we get to these various countries, these various institutions, are we going to have the opportunity to have exchanges, master classes, or just learning exchanges with people who are voices, who are forerunners of indigenous knowledge in Africa, made in Africa evaluation, and all of that? Thank you so much.
Can I ask you to respond to this, and then we will take another set of questions, please?
Okay, let me take the last question that is on interaction with indigenous authorities. Yes, I want to promise you that if you do come to Botswana, you have the opportunity to interact with the likes of Professor Bagele Chilisa, who happens to be a friend of the university, and we also share blood relationships. So I think I'll use my blood relationship to connect you with Professor Bagele Chilisa. I'm her baby sister. Then I'll move on to the issue of funding, to say that indeed we do collaborate with other institutions to seek for funding, external funding, like the one I've alluded to. The project I've alluded to, we're making submission to the International Development Research Center. So we do seek for external funding rather than just focusing on our local funding agency.
Four questions. Three questions are related about exchange programs among African students. I would say that yes, we have those opportunities, and even in our structure at the institute, we envisage that in future we shall be having postdoctoral fellowship, research exchange programs, and all that. So the reason why we don't have such programs at the institutes now is the issue of funding. You know that African problems cut across all countries. As much as we have that opportunity, maybe we don't have the money that would sustain you as a university when you come on the exchange program. So the students who come, in most cases, we have that opening, but they are normally maybe under a particular funding. So we accommodate that. Then about masters and PhD programs, again, we envisage as an institute that we shall mount those programs, but we haven't begun. But still, they are under the School of Arts and Social Sciences. We have departments like language, literature, history, geography, and all that, where such programs can be undertaken at the moment. Then my sister from Nigeria was asking about my opinion about the relationship between religion, both Christianity and Islamic, on traditional healing practices. Maybe I wish to simply respond by saying that that is personal. Yeah, as a person, you know, if you decide to go traditional, if you decide to go to modernism, if you decide to blend, I think it is a personal decision. Yeah, thank you.
Any additional follow-up? I will start here, then I will come to you, and then I will come to you, and then I will come to you, and then back to you. So can I concentrate the mics here and then one on the other side? Let's start with Professor Follow.
So I was thinking, thank you so much, both of you. I enjoyed the dance. Thank you. I was thinking, institutionally speaking, are we thinking about having in-house knowledge holders, indigenous knowledge holders that could come serve some terms in your institutions? So they will come for like 3 months or for like 6 months, and then they like visiting indigenous knowledge holders who will come for some terms, and then they have opportunity to engage with our academic structure. They have opportunity to engage with our curriculum. You know, they also go to class and students can engage with them, you know, on various issues from climate to music and all that, rather than just concentrating on, you know, visiting them in their community. Some kind of bi-directional arrangement, you know, that also brings them, you know, to our institutions and enable them to meet with our students. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I had 2 questions, but I think the first part has been partly addressed by Professor Folayan's question, because I was also quite interested in the bit about reciprocity in terms of how it is that those in the university are also able to engage with those outside. But I would ask the second question then. It's a bit anecdotal, but also gathering from friends that we've spoken to last night, for instance. We spent a lot of time at Onomo reflecting on these things. And so we're going to be traveling to somewhere for a month. I am interested in the mental health issues, and my mental health issues have to really do with, after you leave the classroom, the kinds of jiggy things that you can do to get yourself very active and have very great experiences wherever it is that we go. So might we know about what the very other interesting extracurricular stuff in Kenya and in Botswana, and even for others who might come? Because yesterday we got suggestions that we might perhaps be should come together and do something of a house party to have some indigenous fun before we leave here. And so maybe, yeah, you can see Uche, who is our director, after here, to register your name. But yeah, I'll be very happy to hear what might be available there.
Thank you so much from your presentation. It was really funny and enjoyable. I have a question to the second presenter. According to your experience, what are the main challenges and obstacles associated with co-creating indigenous knowledge, and how can they be overcome, especially since we are going to conduct our research in similar settings? That's my question.
Okay, good morning. My name is Tengu Nomshan from Nigeria. My own is just a very short comment about the religion and indigenous knowledge issue. I have been asking questions. I'm a Christian, but I used to ask questions when people say they are fake churches and pastors and all of that, and nobody will tell you which ones are not fake. just as we have that in the religion, you come to the traditional, we have the real and the fake. It's difficult for you to identify which one is fake and which one is real. I want to leave it at that.
There's somebody, no. Excuse me. There's somebody who had raised up their hand right there.
Ok, bonjour. Moi, c'est Bruno Asakal du Cameroun. Une fois de plus, nous vous remercions pour vos deux brillantes présentations qui nous informent et nous orientent concernant les travaux universitaires qui se passent dans vos différents pays et départements. J'ai deux préoccupations. La première préoccupation concerne la collaboration avec ces deux différentes universités. Est-ce que ces deux différentes universités offrent des collaborations avec les universités francophones ou c'est limité, ou bien ces collaborations sont-elles limitées? Ma deuxième préoccupation concerne également les programmes de bourse d'études. Est-ce que vous offrez également des programmes de bourse d'études ou pas? Si oui, lesquels? Dans quel domaine, par exemple? Merci.
I will take this as a final question for this round. Come back to the speakers and then we'll have another.
Good morning. I'm Mary from Kenya. Mine is just a quick, from Botswana, the Open University. I'm just wondering what are the learnings from having an open university that's different from the normal universities that we're used to? And also, like, just looking at the map we presented, there's good spatial distribution of the community centers, study centers. What are the impacts of these community study centers? Thank you.
This time I'll start with Lucy.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin by commenting. I think it was a suggestion by Professor of having visiting indigenous knowledge holders to our institutions for some time. It is a very, very good idea. For us, we just invite them, like maybe if we are disseminating research findings that we co-created with them. And many times we've invited them and they feel so nice being part of the community. So I think I also advocate that we don't just do it for a day, but it should be something that we invite them for them to be part of the university or the institute's community for a given period of time. It is actually a good suggestion. Then the issue of mental health. After work, my colleague from Ghana, I'm not quite sure if he was talking to Codestria. After this, we have an in-house thing, or when you come to the hubs. So when you come to the hubs, to most, I can assure you, we have activities that are engaging. We have festivals, cultural festivals. We call them tamasha. The university has quite a number of activities that are so engaging. So I can assure you, you'll not get bored. I just demonstrated some of the activities here. Then there's a colleague who asked about if there are challenges when it comes to co-creating knowledge. I'll say yes, there are so many challenges. There are various forms of co-creation, but the main challenge is, as researchers, many times we don't know that it is actually important we do together. Many times we want to extract knowledge from these people. I've shown you some pictures where we were going to the field, and especially herbal medicine. You go to a knowledge holder, then he says, I think you are the 10th person who is coming. They came, I gave them this information, they went, but they never came back. So I think there's a very big challenge there when it comes to extraction. And this workshop is is an eye opener that we shouldn't do that. Another challenge is awareness raising among the knowledge holders. Most of these knowledge holders are very ignorant. They don't know that it is their right to be part of the what? The co-creation. So I think it is also very important to create forums to also make them aware that it is their right to be part of the co-creation. Then the biggest problem is, as researchers, we are very much willing to co-create, but there are situations of financial constraints and all that. Maybe you want to translate the information, but you don't have maybe the funding to do that. So there are actually quite a number of problems, but as researchers, we should look at the brighter, we should use the challenges that exist to create what? Opportunities. Then is religion real or fake? I think it is just a creator, our creator, who can be able to tell whether you are faking or not faking. Then the concerns about collaboration with different universities. Do they collaborate with French-speaking countries? For my university, I can say yes. We collaborate, and even we have in our Department of Languages, we teach French. We've been teaching French like for the last 10 years. So yes, we embrace our colleagues from French-speaking countries. Then he also asked about fellows, the programs, which ones and which areas. We do fellowship in all areas. As in our university, we have 11 academic schools. We have fellows who come, but I wouldn't say that as Masinde Muliro, we have opportunities for bringing fellows. We have that leeway, but we don't have the funds. But in case you have a funder or an organization that can fund you to come and be part of us as a fellow, feel most welcome. We offer quite a variety of programs. You can go on our website, www.must.ac.ke. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to respond to a question from Cameroon, the one that asked about collaborations with French-speaking countries. I must say on this one, we are open to any forms of collaboration from anywhere across the globe. So yes, we do accept collaborations with French-speaking countries. We can always cross the language barrier when we are now trying to establish that collaboration. Then on the fellowship issue, we should note that Botswana Open University is an online institution. So at the moment, we do not accept fellowship. But if that happens, the fellowship will be basically be virtual as opposed to you coming to Botswana. Then Mary, your question on the impact of community study centers. There's a great impact that we see with the establishment of these study centers, in the sense that we are able to reach rural areas. Because the community study centers are mobile, we move we take the service, the education to the rural centers. So there is an impact in the sense that we are reaching people who are marginalized.
Thank you very much. I still have enough time for more questions, more comments. I can see one here. Can I start with the one at the back and then come
Hello, I'm Beryl from Kenya. I have a question to our Botswana presenter. In your presentation, you didn't, I really didn't get the relationship or the partnership of the Botswana Open University with the community around. Will you please tell us more on the activities and maybe the festivals Botswana Open University as well with the community around and the partnership we have with the community? Thank you.
Thank you. This is Karen from Uganda. I'm a bit worried on behalf of the people making research in the traditional healing. So I'm seeing a possibility of leaving the ground possessed. I'm imagining going to these indigenous knowledge holders and then they want to express their practices on this person who has gone in the field. So really, how can we escape that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is Nkaziri from Kenya. I would like to start with Botswana Open University. It's very intriguing that sorry, let me stand. I'm very tall, but in our community, actually where I come from, we are not dwarfs, but all of our heights were almost the same. So we call ourselves tall anyway. Yes, Botswana University. I just wanted to know now that your programs are done online. I am a specialist in sign language, and I also work with the University of Nairobi in Kenya, where I support learners who have hearing impairment. I just wanted to know how you get to conduct your classes, and do you admit students from all over Africa? And how do you get to incorporate the aspect of inclusion, bearing in mind we have got various national sign languages and how it works? Because currently, like at the University of Nairobi, we have a challenge whereby we have got something we call Kenyan Sign Language and Signed Exact English, whereby learners come into the university and some opt to prefer using the local Kenyan Sign Language. But remember, our learning is going through in English. English and Kenyan Sign Language are very different languages. So it's difficult even for us to get to incorporate and let them understand at the academic level, we get to use the signed exact English because it's an academic program. Kindly, you can clarify on that and how inclusive that has worked for you. And to the presenter from Must University, I just wanted you to clarify because I am named after someone who has done traditional medicine. Nkaziri, my grandmother, she was a herbalist. And most of the time people get to ask, what's the difference between being a herbalist, a witch doctor? Are these people doing the same thing? Where do they draw their powers from? Like for us, sometimes people tell me, but your grandmother was a witchcraft because they used the herbs from the Kaya forest to take herbs from. And that actually brought a lot of controversy with my family, whereby my father, funny enough, was Muslim. And my father was like, he wouldn't actually agree to the ways of his own mother to heal him out of the traditional ways that we're having. So how can we demystify this between the traditional herbalist and witchcraft and how they get the powers to perform what they do? Thank you.
Okay, I will attempt to answer the question on the partnerships and say that our community engagement strategy, it's a new strategy that we are rolling out. So we are at a developmental stage where we are saying, who are these knowledge holders? Where can we find them? We are creating a data bank so that we can start the collaboration. So we are not at an advanced stage where we can say these are the activities. But we are envisaging a situation whereby we should be able to get these knowledge holders to come into the institution, and also us going to the knowledge holders. Then there was a question on how inclusive are we as an online institution. I must say that is a very difficult question that we have probably not catered for those students with such kind of disability. And it's something that we should be looking at as Botswana Open University.
Yeah, Lucy, continue.
Okay, I think I have two questions. They are very tricky, but I'll use personal experiences to respond. The first one was a traditional healing and possession. How do you evade? You go maybe to the field, then you are fearing that you would be possessed. I'll just give an example. I pointed out that we did a project on ethnobotanical, whatever, herbs for treating cancer. So we visited one herbalist within Kakamega County. And okay, he explained to us how he treats, but he said that he had some small grass-thatched house in his compound. So he said that for further explanation on how he conducts the healing, we go to that small house, and the ancestors will talk to us, will explain, his ancestors will explain to us on how it works. Believe you me, it was scary. We were in that house, you know, a small house and all that. Personally, I didn't get the guts to enter that house. We were 4 ladies and 2 gentlemen. I think one gentleman was daring. He went in and he said that, you know, so when we were asking him what really happened, okay, we had just to fake. Like, I want to go to the ladies, I want to check something in the car. You know, we gave all sorts of excuses. We didn't enter that particular house because actually we feared. My colleague the following day told me that she even had weird dreams. She was really so scared. Then another incident was when we were documenting drums. We went to the cultural festival. Then they were performing. Then that cultural group said that as they performed, the ladies who were there, they asked us to sit down on the floor and stretch our legs, because ladies are not supposed to sit on what? Chairs during the performance. Again, we were 2 ladies and we were like, the goodness is the person, our field coordinator told them, oh, these are just researchers from the university and they are not usually subjected into these, but just allow them to do what? To be seated. So situations are different, and as a researcher, if you fear being possessed, you can find a way of coming out of it. Then again, it is related to the question on traditional medicine. Is it herbalist and witchcraft? I would agree and say there is a very strong relationship, and again, it depends with the community or ethnic group. Again, I'll get back to the study we did on ethnobotanical, whatever. You saw some picture where we were holding leaves. That old man told, the knowledge holder told us, he has a botanical garden. He said, I'm even showing you the what? The leaves, the actual leaves. But believe you me, you can even go and plant in your compound, but you cannot heal someone because this is ancestral. I must invoke the spirits during healing. So actually he showed us all the leaves, all the trees and what they treat, but he said, even if you go and do it, you cannot, and all that. Then we went to the Rift Valley. In the Rift Valley, we have herbalists among the Kalenjin, but they don't attach a lot of witchcraft and spirituality to healing. But in the western part of Kenya, actually there was a lot of what? A lot of attachment. So what I would wish to say is you as a patient who wants to be helped or as a researcher, it's depending on your faith, it is you to decide on the boundaries, how far or would you want to go with this person? Is this just as a herbalist or want to go to the extent of him even doing some witchcraft and all that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. I have the mic, and I'm moving the center of the podium back to this place. I'm going to hand over this mic to somebody. And I want you to tell me or tell us what it is from the presentations from the hubs that is so striking that if you were to convince Codesria to take you there, we would listen to you and say, okay, makes sense. Okay? The question clear? Is my question clear? What is it about the presentations from the hubs that is so striking that if you're talking to Codesria, they should really, really consider taking you there? Now, I'm going to hand the mic to one person, and that person will be responsible for selecting the next speaker. Okay? Please try as much as possible to select somebody who hasn't spoken. Are we together? Adiola.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. Okay, so thank you very much. So for me, okay, so my discipline is on conflicts, security issues, and all that. And looking at Botswana and MSUT, most discipline or what they do, collaboration, I could say that Botswana connects more better with me in terms of their engagements with different centers and other communities. So, and in the presentation she had made regarding that, she said something about research policies, for working around policies and to influence changes. So going to Botswana Institute will be an avenue for me to learn how policies are made that would be locally based and which is going to effect changes to people around in Africa or my community wherever I go back to. So that would be a major addition for me. And if I'm to take Codestra, that would be my pitch to them, to tell them, okay, send me to Botswana because of their orientation towards policy and research that is engaged with policy. So thank you. Okay. Oh Lord. Sorry, forgive me in case I call you. I'm trying to see who I've not spoken in a while. Okay, sorry. My friend in Codestra t-shirts. Over to you.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de Issa Diouf du Sénégal. Je remercie tout d'abord le Codestria de cette opportunité qui nous est offerte de faire des recherches sur les connaissances autochtones. Bon, si aujourd'hui vous avez le choix, comme on voit quelque part ici en Afrique, ce serait en Afrique du Sud.
Explain to us how and why. Why?
Pourquoi? Bon, j'ai toujours su que c'est des recherches qui permettent de changer des choses parce que quand je m'entraîne à des disciplines comme l'épistémologie, qui n'est pas une discipline proprement dite, mais qui permettent de faire des recherches et de reprendre en termes les contextes de naissance des sciences sociales qui sont nés dans une volonté de connaître et de transformer, Je me suis dit, pourquoi connaître? Avant de transformer, il faut d'abord connaître. Et que la meilleure manière de connaître tout, c'est d'aller dans des endroits qui ne sont pas les nôtres et aller à des découvertes. J'ai évolué dans un endroit où j'ai étudié que le français comme langue. En Afrique du Sud, il y a l'anglais. Donc, c'est un environnement qui me permet d'avoir un affrontement linguistique, d'essayer de m'améliorer et d'évoluer dans un endroit où le français n'est pas très connu. Et ce serait également un moment pour moi de confirmer ou bien de tester ces approches anthropologiques qui dit que il faut immerser sur le terrain pour comprendre quoi le vécu des gens, comprendre quoi leur mode de vie et ensuite les apprendre. Il ne s'agit pas de rester sur le choix et de parler des gens sans pour autant les interroger auprès des institutions sociales, là où ils produisent des savoir-faire et des savoir-être. C'est donc un moment pour moi également de s'insérer dans un endroit qui est linguistiquement différent du nôtre et que culturellement également différent du nôtre. Donc, c'est également une expérience qui me permettra d'apprendre, de beaucoup apprendre. Merci.
Thank you very much. You have to choose, you have to select the next person. I am happy to carry the mic for you, but you have to select who is going to speak.
Une personne qui va parler. Donc, comme je vais aller à l'Afrique du Sud, faire l'honneur à des dames d'Afrique du Sud.
Oh, wow. We could do a little swap. I'll go to Senegal, you come to South Africa. Alrighty. So what's been so interesting to me, especially with the two presentations, especially on Kenya, is this idea of different ways of knowing, different knowledge, how we understand and how we think, how we conceptualize the world around us, where it's not just obviously academia or sort of science proven things, where it's going, oh, this is an entire community that knows and understands things in a certain way. So just essentially, I think overall how we think and why we think the way we think, and not just in a very sort of superficial psychological way, in a spiritual way, if that makes sense. So just, I think learning ways of knowing, that's really what I took away. And especially with the presentation from Kenya, that was very clear. And I think it's such important work for us to really start really emphasizing and thinking that way. But yeah, I'd be very happy to go anywhere in Africa, potentially, and just exploring more of our beautiful, beautiful continent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give you actually start looking for the next person, and it can't be in this area. We're eliminating this area. So look for a place. And as she looks for the next speaker, I just want to mention that we had a presentation from Lome. You all remember? Yes, it's part of this discussion. So feel free to speak to this. I'm hoping you will find me somebody by the time I finish this long speech.
I think I have someone already.
Oh, you have somebody. I can take the mic for you. Yeah. So Lome is also part of this discussion. So please feel free to give any thoughts about Lome as a potentially good place for institutional affiliation. Who is it? This one or that one? Okay. Can you pass the mic to the lady with the amazing hat? And I hope that she will allow the cameras to capture.
What did I do to you? Yeah, greetings everyone. So my area is mostly in creative expression. So the two hubs that spoke, they are more, into maybe African sciences and also climate change. But I sort of lean towards the Institute of Indigenous Knowledge and Cultural Studies in Kenya, because I know they are still new and a whole lot of things can be done. but if I was interested in, climate change or such area of research, I would also want to be there because there's so much potentials with what they can do, and I am happy that they have would I say like so much interest in working with the community, and also much strong interest in co-producing knowledge with the community where they're based in. So I think that's a bit of that. I am not very knowledgeable about things around climate change, especially when it has to do with indigenous knowledge. But I would appreciate working with these people if I would if I was lean towards this area. Thank you.
You are going to decide for us who the next speaker is, and I think you need to move in this direction. As you look for that person, I just want to remind you that there was a lot of creativity in the dancing and in the things that Lucy presented to us. So you will not be out of place. You can ignore climate change and just focus on the creativity involved in the music and dancing that she spoke to. Can you give us your next choice of speaker?
I would just like to choose someone from.
Please stand up and do the choosing.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Maybe someone from Namibia there. Anybody from Namibia?
Is there anybody from Namibia? Huh?
Or someone from Madagascar there.
So you have to decide. We have Namibia and we have Madagascar.
Yeah, anyone from these two places.
And in both cases, I think we have more than one.
Yeah, so let's go with Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Yeah.
You have to choose one among the two. They are here.
I've chosen Madagascar.
I know them. They are here. Which one of the two?
Oh, which one?
They are trying to rig the process by helping you choose. I want, come.
Okay.
Come.
Yeah.
There is Madagascar 1 and Madagascar 2.
Oh, Madagascar 2.
Madagascar 2.
Je m'appelle Fensou, je viens de Madagascar. Jusqu'à présent, je n'ai pas vraiment pensé à quelle institution correspondrait à mon travail. Je suis plutôt dans la médecine et la santé. Et parmi les trois présentations qui sont passées, je trouve que celui qui me correspondrait le plus, ce serait le must, le dernier. Et surtout du côté culturel que la dame a présenté, parce que je voudrais bien voir comment les sociétés en Afrique sont. Et parce qu'à Madagascar, c'est en Afrique, mais c'est assez différent. Et j'ai bien aimé comment elle a précisé dans sa présentation plusieurs aspects culturels de son pays. Voilà.
Can you Who is that?
Le monsieur en
Hein?
costard.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Ricardo Pugno, je viens du Togo et par rapport à ces trois présentations, je vais faire le choix en fonction de mon thématique spécifique. Et j'allais choisir le Togo, mais je ne peux plus choisir le Togo. Donc, parmi les trois présentations, celle qui cadre avec mes compétences, en plus les thématiques, c'est celui du Kenya. Parce qu'il traite les questions qui sont vraiment liées au changement climatique. Et je vais choisir cet institut parce que je travaille déjà sur les questions liées au changement climatique et ça me permettra de voir quelles sont les meilleures approches qu'ils adoptent au Kenya pour résoudre les problèmes de changement climatique à travers les savoirs locaux. Je vous remercie.
So when presentations are being made, you really have to listen. As I told you, in my other life, I used to teach. So I can grade all the people who spoke in relation to, did you create your answer on the spot, or did you listen to the presentation and respond to my question? And those two are different. But it's a good exercise. Do you have anything you want to say to conclude?
Much to say. I can only say that we are looking forward to welcoming some of you to Botswana.
Okay, thank you for listening. I think I already welcomed you to most Western Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So colleagues, this gives you a picture of what the institutional hubs will look like. We've only been able to make, we were only able to get 3 leaders of the hubs to come to Kigali. We were unable to get the colleague from Senegal, University Sheikh Anta Diop. We were unable to get the 2 colleagues from South Africa, but they are part of the conversation. So if your preference is South Africa, we will create an opportunity for you to engage them. We will also be creating an opportunity for Gulu University in Uganda. Quite some very interesting work on peace and security in Gulu. We will have an engagement with Ethiopia, some very interesting work on a range of topics, including language, which I think has featured quite prominently here. And of course, we will be opening up a conversation with a center in Benin and possibly a center in Mali. We are still not too sure about, because we have an obligation around security, and we have to be sure that if you are there, you will be okay. This is not to make any judgment about Mali as a country. It's just to say that when I'm making this decision, I'm sensitive to some of these things. So those are the additional centers that you will be looking at, but at least we have an idea of the diversity of centers. The language question has come up, and I would say that, in fact, as an added advantage on the language question, if you are you come from a French-speaking country and you want to go to an English-speaking country, we're opening up the possibility for you to write to us and tell us your preference is going to be that you are sent to a French-speaking country. And if you speak French and you want to go to an English-speaking country, we are opening up the space for you to talk to us so that we consider that as part of our decision to where we are taking you. Of course, the added advantage is that if you have a smattering of English or a smattering of French, in 1 month, you will become very proficient in the language. And you will thank me after. You will thank me after. So that is something, because we are also trying to defeat these boundaries that have been imposed on us. and the linguistic boundary is one of those that has been imposed of us. I must say that I think we are unique as an organization. CODESRA is unique as an organization because for the last 53 years, we have effectively tried to fight this linguistic barrier that has been imposed on us. Close to 60% of the people who participate in CODESRA programming are English speaking, but we are very happy to be in Dakar. So if the English speakers want to reach us, let them come to us. And by so doing, we have tried all our major meetings have interpretation. And occasionally when we have enough applications in Arabic or in Portuguese, we do interpretation simultaneously in 3 to 4 languages. And this is all about trying to break those barriers and to expand the horizons beyond the colonial languages that have been imposed on us. So take advantage of this, talk to my team, and if your preference is to cross that boundary, we will try to do our best to assist. There was a conversation about witches and all those things. You remember that conversation? And what struck me about it is there is a very serious conceptual discussion that we can have around how things get named, okay? What we call a witch occasionally is just somebody who has magical powers. But the English will say, especially of the evil kind. That's the definition. How they arrive at a determination that this one is evil and this one is not is a question. And more often it will be based on religion, okay? In our communities, people do divination, right? You go, they look at you, they whatever, and then they tell you, this is it. How is that evil, right? So there is a conceptual debate we can have there. The conceptual debate that you started yesterday about Song of Lawino and Song of Akon. Pabitek also published a book, I think it's titled African Religion in Western Scholarship. I want to encourage you to read that book because it does a very serious conceptual analysis of how Western religion has labeled other communities using judgments that are peculiarly Western. So this discussion, I think I just wanted to conclude by saying there's a useful conceptual discussion we can have about it and to really decolonize ourselves from the labeling that whoever is framing these words. We have also seen in some of our communities across the continent now, people, they target somebody, they say you are a witch. And this discussion is very gendered. And they expel people from communities because they are witches, okay? Witches don't come from heaven, they are part of our communities. And there are people who do worse things than being a witch. So I think doing this conceptual analysis, I think would be very useful for the purpose for which you are working. And finally, we have spoken quite extensively about our agenda as CODESRA to defeat these north-south vertical partnerships and to create south-south partnerships. And I think part of the general work we want to do with the hubs is to move you within Africa, not to move you outside Africa. And I think you should think about this as part of that attempt to defeat the assumption that for you to successfully do your fellowship, you must go there, up there. I think there is a lot of opportunity on the continent, and it's something you need to pay attention to. So thank you very much for listening to these presentations. Shortly we will go for break, and then when we come back, Ayemi has a ritual he has been doing in relation to the groups that are presenting. I'm not very good with that ritual. So the first presentation, which will start at 11:30, will be by group 16. 1-6. You know yourself, right? Group 16. And I'm informed that the group that will do the discussants is already knows. There's a group that has already been assigned to be discussants for group 16. After that, we will have group 9. So those are the two presentations between now and lunchtime, okay? Otherwise, thank you very much. I have water bottles for the speakers, and I want to hand them over. But in handing over the water bottles, I would like to invite Professor Afolayan to come, Professor Sesanti to come, and Mshai Mwangola, because they think I don't have their bottles. Okay? So please, welcome. I think this water bottle belongs to Changu. This one looks is for Lucy. We want to make sure that we plant. We want to make sure that we plant the Codesria brand in Botswana, in Kenya, in Nigeria, in South Africa, and in Kenya. Okay. So this one belongs to Professor Sesanti, please. And finally, Mshai. Colleagues, thank you very much. Let us take 30 minutes for break. Oh, they need to capture you in the photo. Yes. It's a rule that the photographer has set for us. Our mentors are organizing themselves. Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, let's have a tea break for 30 minutes. As you can guess, I will be here at 11:30 to start. Everything suggests to me that you are ready to reconvene. And it's also good to start before. So can we settle down? Can we settle down? Because group 16 looks like it was ready before we even mentioned them. It's like they had a leakage. It's like they had a leakage that I will be calling. So they were here a long time ago. And it's good to see all of you. I'm telling you, they have taken over the stage. Can I invite you to proceed? I'm giving you 1 full hour for this presentation. And I hope the next group is ready. So in 1 hour, let us just seamlessly transition to the next group.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chidima Edeze from Nigeria, and I'm going to be presenting. And I am going to be representing my group as we give you an overview of our presentation. Now, before we begin, and in order not to be left behind, because every other person has been doing it, so why not? We're going to have a greeting, and we're going to be adopting a greeting from my place and from the Igbo tribe in Nigeria. And it's a very simple process. So in Igbo, when in a gathering like this and we want to greet, we say Igbo Kwen, which translates to Igbo greeting. Oh, we can see some people know that. But this is an AFRIAK fellowship. So instead of Igbo, we're going to be saying AFRIAK Queen. So when I say AFRIAK Queen, you're going to respond with ya, a very strong resounding ya. So I go again, AFRIAK Queen. Okay, I'm still, but thank you. Thank you, that's great. So I go the first time, AFRIAK Queen, you say ya. I go the second time, AFRIAK Queen, you say ya. It's stronger and louder ya. Then the third one, AFRIAK Queen, no. This is where you go, yo, and then we get to hear your responses, your tribe responses, how you greet. We would like to hear that. So just, to run it through again, AFRIAK Queen, you go, yeah. AFRIAK Queen, you go, yeah, again. Then AFRIAK Queen, no, then you respond with you. Are we set? Okay. AFRIAK Queen. AFRIAK Queen. AFRIAK Queen, no. That's so great. That's so great. And we have a second one from South Africa. We just say Wawa AFRIAK and you respond with Wawa. Is that good? I say Wawa AFRIAK, you respond with Wawa. Yes, just simple. Okay, are we set? Wawa AFRIAK. Wawa AFRIAK. Salam, that's so amazing. So, thank you. So this is group 16, and we've collectively called ourselves the Sankofa Collective. And the choice of Sankofa is a Ghanaian word, akin that translates to go back to retrieve. And the choice of speaking this is because every single one of us, based on our proposals and everything we are doing, we are all trying to achieve the same thing. We're trying to go back to our ancient knowledge, and we're trying to retrieve that, and we're trying to see how we can apply that in the modern world. So that is why we've chosen the name Sankofa Collective. So we are 10 in this group, so we're a really big group. 10 of us are from 8 different countries. Okay, we have Nigeria, we have Ghana, South Africa, Sudan, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Mozambique. So it's a wide, it's a very wide group. And as wide as we are, we have different areas in what we are looking at. Our topics are so diverse, it's so different. is so different. So if you look at this, it gives a summary of what everybody's topic is. You see we have one from Sudan. The Sudan is looking at school funding. School funding is trying to explore the traditional funding models used for the religious schools in Sudan. We have a research looking at the Senegalese education, trying to develop strategies for naturalists and local environments. Then we have one that is trying to build a multi-country African language concept. So just trying to create like a lexicon map for everyone. We have one in Mozambique that is trying to look at the Mafalala Museum and how to connect that with entrepreneurship. We have Ethiopia that is looking at the Ethiopian Orthodox spiritual healing. Then we have one in Ghana that is trying to look at the indigo dyeing technology system, trying to adopt it and make it sustainable. Then we have from South Africa that is trying to look at the Zulu women's attire. In Nigeria, looking at an ancient mentorship model and how to adopt it in the technology environment. We have one that is trying to look at Basotho art and trying to see how we can adopt that into the mental health sector. We have one trying to digitalize indigenous knowledge in Madagascar. So from 10 of us, we have 10 different proposals. They are so different, they are so diverse. However, in our difference and all in everything we've been doing, we try to find a common ground. Now, based on the themes that was given to us by the AFRIAK Fellowship, we were able to code to see, oh, we know that we have very diverse and different topics, but how does that align with what this program has? So you find that all our topics align with one theme. In everything we're trying to do, the method of knowing and knowledge sharing. That is a common thing that we all found. And then two of our researches falls under mobilizing digital system for indigenous knowledge in Africa. 3 of the topics fall under indigenous pedagogies and curriculum development. 3 of them falls under indigenous knowledge in social capital development. And 5 falls under indigenous knowledge, the creative sector and system of entrepreneurship. Then 1 falls under indigenous technology and sustainable development. And we have 4 that falls under indigenous religion, spirituality, and science. So though some of us do not really agree with the science that is in that team. So in all this, we found that our shared commitment is on system of knowing and method of knowing, committing engagement approaches. So based on all our differences, we sat and we're like, okay, yeah, this is so different. What connects us, right? We have 10 different topics from 8 different countries, different proposals, amazing ones. What brings us together? We're like, okay, fine, let's look at the type of knowledge we're trying to extract. And when we looked at the type of knowledge we're trying to extract, we see, oh, we have about 3 to 4 proposals that wants to decolonize the education system. So that's great. Then we look at the researches that is looking at the Zulu women's attire, the Ethiopian system, spiritual system, Orthodox. We look at the one that is trying to use the art system and adopt it into the mental health system and the indigo dyeing. We're like, oh yeah, what type of knowledge are these researchers trying to extract? It's cultural and material knowledge. So yeah, so now we have researchers that are trying to decolonize the education system, and we have the ones that are trying to extract cultural and material knowledge. And then in all this, what do we all have together? We are trying to transmit community knowledge into the system. And then we have about 4 or 5 researchers that are touching on gender equality. You know, the research in Nigeria trying to say, oh yeah, this is an ancient knowledge, but we want to see most of the beneficiaries of this has been the men. Let's see how we can bring the women. The one that touches on the Zulu women's attire and the indigo dyeing, which is mostly a practice by the women in the society. So in looking at all this, we appreciated the strength of all our proposals. You know, in the midst of all the diversity, in the midst of all the difference, we were able to see a common ground. and areas where, oh yeah, if as diverse as this is, we can see some common things that we share. So through this, we're able to identify some of our strengths. And what we found is that our research shows a very strong participatory co-creation research rooted in indigenous knowledge system. This is because a substantial part of our research, we're already doing something. Some of it an extension of their doctoral thesis, different from the doctoral thesis, just an extension of what has been done. So most of us are not, the idea of indigenous knowledge is not foundational to us. It's something it's been done, it's been doing. So a substantial part of the fellows had a strong knowledge of indigenous knowledge, how to adopt, how to flow with them, and all. This is where the combined leave and scholarly expertise applies. Because like I said, the idea of indigenous knowledge is not foundational to a lot of us. And then the third one goes on prioritizing reciprocity, community benefit, and long-term ethical impact. And these are some of the things we noticed in our methodologies, okay? Most of them had the adoption of more of participatory observers, like we identified and we saw, okay, yes, in most of the methodologies adopted, areas of indigenous knowledge is not new to us. We're not just going there to say, hey, we want your knowledge, we're going to take that and we're going to leave. Some of us had established ways on how to make sure that they're involved in the process through areas of being participant observers. We're not going into them. Some of the researchers are just going to sit and look and see and observe what they are doing. And some of us are also, all of us actually intend to practice or want to practice and have been practicing the principles of continuous consent. Okay, as we're taking the concept once, we have no intentions of getting consent once from them. No, once we've gotten the concept to do that, we intend to always go back and keep them up in the process. And then as participant observers, we don't necessarily have to be there in the entire process. Some of the research is just to show visibility, of the research, just enough to give them the grounds to stand on their own without necessarily having to be, part of the entire process. And another strength is on our representation, right? We come from 8 countries. I think that was the first thing we pointed out when we saw each other, like, yo, we're a lot, 8 countries, different proposals. How do we go about this? Like, everybody is saying something different. Unlike the previous researchers, you see most of them are connected with spirituality, most of them are connected with healing. Also, was an entirely different approach. This is where adaptability and methodological innovation comes in, because as diverse as our research was, we all had similar methodologies, ways to achieve our outcomes, and also it was in these areas we're also able to grab synergies. Now, as excellent as our researches were, we also had some challenges. And the first challenge is on the structural and organizational framework. Now, if we remember in the call for the fellowship, they gave an outline of what they wanted to see, right? They want to see your objectives, they want to see your research questions, they want to see the intended outcomes, and they want to see the feasibility. And a lot of us, we didn't have that. Now, if you're reading through the research though, you can infer, you can infer the objectives, you can infer the potential research questions that could come out of this, but it was not explicit in some of our researches. And then we also identified areas of limited theoretical synthesis. We had very strong research that had like about 3 of us had like good theoretical applications. They could apply really strong theories. And then we had some of us that really didn't know how to apply some of these theories. So we could see some gaps on how to apply indigenous theories in that. Then the third one, which is a very funny challenge, is ambitious. We are a very ambitious group. Now, if you're reading through the introduction and the objectives, being ambitious is a very strong thing, but then the weakness now comes in the feasibility. Okay, because as much as we want to do all these things, AFRIAK is giving us 7 months. How do we do that? So that was a weakness we saw. We're like, yeah, this is good, because we have researchers that want to expand their networks towards 4 to 5 more countries while still maintaining the secrecy and the secrecy of the indigenous knowledge they are trying to pass. So these are some of the weaknesses that we saw, like, oh yeah, this is good, this is amazing. Yes, plans beyond this, but how are we going to be able to achieve this in 7 months? Now, the brilliant thing about some of our challenges is that by our second meeting, okay, most of these challenges have been addressed. By our first meeting, we are talking about issues of structure, how we didn't really follow the outline and the guideline. But by the second meeting, most of us had a reward concept note that had fixed most of these issues. So greater attention to the organization, we had it covered. Time management, feasibility, we had the meeting and everyone was advised to tailor the scope to fit into AFRIAK goal, at least just for the purpose of this fellowship. And after that, hopefully with our outcome, we can be able to expand to do more things. And then we also agreed on theoretical strengthening the need for us to strengthen some of our theories. And the good thing about this is that one of us is actually doing something on trying to create a database of lexicons to apply, some of these concepts and theoretical theory. So it would really help us in improving some of our work. So I'm going to be handing over to my co-presenter, Harry, who is going to be running us through our collective outputs and areas of collaboration which we've identified. Thank you.
Yes. 2 minutes. All right. Greetings, everybody. So we are a collective. We are not a group. I think that's an important conceptual distinction to make. We come from absolutely different backgrounds. Some of us are professionals in practice. Some of us are scholars. Some of us join the two. And what we're trying to do is to unite the idea of indigenous knowledge within educational and pedagogical frameworks. What does this look like when we produce this online? We're thinking about concepts of gender equality within indigenous knowledge, creative and cultural heritage conservation, as well as activation. We don't want the archives to be inert. Because we come from so many different countries, this approach to Pan-Africanism is a Pan-African approach that's rooted in the understanding that our indigenous knowledge is fundamentally connected. Epistemology, or a theory of knowledge that we have, we believe is connected in a deep way. And so through this concept of community knowledge transmission, cosmology and spirituality, we see a moment, we see an opportunity to bridge a gap, right? And this is where the concept of ukuzilanda comes in, the idea of reclaiming and rerouting knowledge, which is related to the Sankofa principle, which we reflect on. Again, another concept that comes from Azania, the Southern African context, is this idea of maropeng, right? Returning to your ancestral origins. In fact, this could be considered a project of the African Renaissance, which in ancient Egypt or in the Nile Valley was known as Wehem Mesu, a cycle of rebirths. And so through these projects that we have, where we work with the indigenous community, we want to inspire, we want to co-create, we want to collaborate. And so with our outputs, with our outputs, we want to span multiple formats, reflecting on multimodal participatory ethos. That is our ethos. We believe that we need to disrupt the way that knowledge is generally produced. So our outputs reflect this kind of diversity. And so we have this idea that we will produce amongst ourselves, not only academic work, but we will also produce media that can be accessed not only by young Africans, but by old Africans too, by indigenous communities, right? And so we have this idea of producing a documentary based on this practice of the indigo dye in Ghana, right? The idea of knowledge in motion with beads and skins and spirits, right? We are also trying to collaborate amongst ourselves to produce a cross-border exhibition. That is, we want to work with the relevant stakeholders to bring together artifacts, artworks, music, sound, concepts, knowledge, so that we can expand this notion of indigenous knowledge, so that we can activate it for the 21st century, right? We are also thinking about radio and podcast series. What about these concepts of indigenous knowledge can be explored through these platforms? We want to have an engagement. We want to have a conversation. We want to have not only a dialogic, we want to have a polylogic, right? We want to have as many people involved in our conversation. And so this is why we are trying to contribute a space and a platform that also accommodates not only English, Anglophone, but Francophone speakers too. And so we have a practice, right, where we will be doing a methodology that could be considered a community of practice engagement, where we look at IKS and pedagogy development, right? We think about materiality in understanding IKS, right? So they are material artifacts that we can use to develop knowledge concepts. They are epistemic artifacts, right? So epistemic artifacts gives us understanding into epistemic communities. And within these epistemic communities, there are cultural contexts, which are epistemic cultures. And this is what we will be engaging with. We also have this idea of divine transformative reading. And so in conclusion, since our time has come to an end, I think that the Sankofa Collective offers us an opportunity to start thinking about indigenous knowledge anew, not only for our scholarly contributions through the kind of collaborative research that we will do, but through the individual research projects that span borders. We are not here to maintain the sort of fictitious boundaries of sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. We reject that. We see ourselves as a sort of Sematawi, the unity of the two lands, the continuity of African indigenous knowledge, and the spirit of togetherness that brings us as a people together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for that. Please, another round of applause for group 16. Can we have the discussion?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that beautiful presentation. I am Dombaga Sarah from Nigeria, and I am the discussant for Group 16. I'll be speaking on behalf of Group 2. So, first things first, while we were reviewing this paper, we actually did observe that most of them were philosophers because of the way they presented the paper. So you realize that you had to read the sentences over and over again before you understand what they're trying to say. So that gave us a bit of an issue. But thank you did a good job. So some of the strengths we observed, I'll start by saying the first thing was we noticed that we had this interdisciplinarity and cross-boundary collection in the group. Because, okay, you look at it, they have about 9 countries were represented, and we have multiple linguistic traditions, which is actually an asset because it allows for comparative and cross-cultural analysis of indigenous knowledge systems. So that's the first. And then secondly, there was a strong emphasis on participatory and community engaged methods, such as, I think they mentioned therapies, ceremonies, material culture, theater, and lexicons, amongst other things. And that's a good strength for them. And then another thing was there was a focus on multimodal outputs, like the mentioned using digital platforms, exhibitions, radio, podcasts, community practice frameworks and other things. And then fourthly, there was an anchor on this, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce that very well. It said Uki Zilanda. Ukuzilanda. Thank you very much. So I think it provides a unified epistemological lens, which is grounding African epistemology. I think that's very good, and it shows continuity and rootedness, which I think is a very good strength for them. And then there is also an explicit focus on decolonizing pedagogy, gender, spirituality, material culture, and then community knowledge. So in terms of how they connected this to broader indigenous debates, knowledge debates, there was a focus, the issue on focusing material culture, spirituality, pedagogy, and community resilience kind of brings in a broader discourse on epistemic justice and rethinking African education system. Yeah, and then in all of these things, we did observe a few weaknesses, which I would like to mention. Now, like I mentioned earlier, most of it sounded very philosophical. So I think that for any research, it is important for you to you intend to communicate to an audience. So our inability at first glance to read and understand I think it's an issue, or we think it's a problem. So for any research, clarity of information presentation is actually essential. So I think you would have to take cognizance of that, because if you present any paper and your audience do not understand, then you're not communicating. So please take note of that. Then we also observe that the summary does not provide clear methodological details beyond just the output you have discussed. We didn't see anything about let's say your target population, your sampling, your data collection techniques, ethical considerations, considering that you're using a lot of let me say outputs. So we didn't see that. And then, like your presenter had already mentioned, the weakness in feasibility. We did notice that most of the studies is almost impossible, about let's say 4 or thereabouts. It's impossible for you to achieve those times within the time frame designated by AFRIAK. Okay, your summary also did not fully clarify how community voices will remain central in your study. How would it remain central because we did notice that there were so many beautiful ideas, but how would you ensure that you do not overshadow the community in what you're working on? Then also, we noticed that the issue about sustainability, you were talking about using digital platforms, exhibitions, knowledge sharing initiatives, and a number of other things. So we did notice that for the issue of sustainability, there's a possibility that you might not be able to sustain all of these things after, within the 7-month period. And then also, I think that's basically all the questions we have. I mean, the strengths and the weakness we observed. So we have a few questions for the group. In relation to epistemologic framing, so how does the concept of Ukuzilanda as a guiding concept practically shape methodology and community engagement across a wide range of this year topics? I think we noticed about maybe 11 papers thereabouts. So how does this concept, Thank you. Okay, so then I think there's something, the way you presented your papers, it's about they are working papers for you. So it showed that you had 11 working papers. How feasible is that within the time frame we have? 11 working papers. Because for us, we saw those papers as individual projects. So we need a clarity on, are they individual projects or they are group projects, or we don't understand, and what's the rationale for that? And then, so I have something on cross-country coherence with projects spanning 9 countries. What mechanism will ensure comparability, consistency, and integration across diverse linguistic and cultural contexts? So, do I need to repeat the question? Okay. Okay, I think I spoke about something. I spoke about how you would be able to ensure that the community's voice is not overshadowed by your artistic representation of data and a number of things. Okay, thank you, sir. And then finally, I would want to talk about the policy. How will the group translate its cultural and creative output into tangible policy impact beyond academics and artistic space? So thank you.
Let me just add a bit to the mix. I want to also commend the group on that strong interdisciplinarity. But you see, it is at that point, like the group just mentioned, that you also have to be very, very careful in terms of, for instance, that beautiful question, how does the Ukuzilanda framework, how does it translate into a methodological strength? How does it go beyond the conceptual, into a methodological issue, that connects individual project and proposal? We have to begin to think about that. Secondly, I love, and I think that is the first time that concept will be surfacing here, the concept of translocality and translocation. I think I really love that. It gives us a framework to think about, how we can connect local communities, local practices, indigenous practices across maybe initially the regions and the countries that are represented here, but most significantly, even within the African context. And I think Codestra is going to play a very significant role in this. So I love that. We cannot continue to be speaking individually or nationally or even locally. There are points, there are junctures, critical junctures where some of these ideas and practices connect, and we must begin to map that translocal connection. I think that is a very beautiful thing, that a beautiful concept. And lastly, that tension again between returning to the past and moving forward. We need to be very, very careful. How do we return to the past and also move forward? How do we map that? How do we navigate that tension, between just an attempt to go back and be sure that we are not venerating, we are not just taking, and it's obvious to us from all that we've been discussing, some, for instance, gender perspectives in some of the IKS that we have been noticing. Women cannot enter into this place, women cannot touch this, women cannot do this and all that. Thank you very much. So please, another round of applause for this group. We have time now for questions. Questions? Yes. So we'll take the first round of questions and then we'll go back. Oh, yes. Yes. So, can I, okay. So we'll start here. 1, 2, and then there's somebody at the back there. Yes.
OK, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Je reprends dans des Zulkifil Saredabo, je vais de Bénin. Parmi vos thématiques, vous avez parlé des connaissances endogènes et les nouvelles technologies. Mieux comprendre comment vous voulez vous y prendre. Si déjà en communauté, on sait très peu de personnes ont accès à ces nouvelles technologies, quelle approche voulez-vous utiliser? Et parmi vos pays présents actuellement là, nous savons qu'il y a des pays où la paix est en difficulté. Comment voulez-vous considérer ces facteurs dans vos travaux? Et pour finir, vous avez parlé de faire des documentaires, numériser en quelque sorte les savoirs endogènes. Êtes-vous sûr que ces détenteurs de savoir vont accepter cela? Là-dessus? Et aussi, les réponses qu'ils vont vous donner devant ces caméras ou bien au micro que vous allez amener, vous êtes sûr de ces réponses? Est-ce que le fait de numériser ces savoirs ne va pas poser de problème? Une question que nous posons. Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for the great presentation. So during the presentation, you mentioned one of the papers is looking at decolonization of the education system. That really caught my eye. And my question would be, what is going to be the methodological approach and the target group for that? Because I understand here you're looking at actively challenging and dismantling the existing education system. Of course, then you come into integrating the indigenous knowledge. So are you looking at sort of diversifying the curriculum, or in another approach. So my question is, what is your methodological approach and the target group you're going to use to do that? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. And my question is based on epistemic justice. How can the Sankofa collective ensure that indigenous voice remains central and authoritative in the knowledge of cooperation, co-production process? And especially when we talk about within transitional collaboration. And my second question is based on practice-based and based outputs, knowledge and based and translation. So, and how do the practice frameworks and communities of practice proposed by the collective, such as IKS, Indigenous Knowledge System, and Pedagogy Development and Maternity and Understanding, IKS, or Indigenous Knowledge System, transform embodied indigenous experiences into tangible, shareable methodologies without their cultural essence? Thank you.
One more, yes. And then after that, we'll come back to the group and then we'll go for another round.
Okay. My name is Mamati, and I have a question for the group. First, thanks for the wonderful presentation. During your presentation, you mentioned that part of your output, you're gonna have digital and audiovisual output, highlighting these outputs through in 2 languages, and these languages are colonial languages, and you know the effect of colonial languages on indigenous languages. So I was wondering, where's the place of indigenous languages in your output? Because you mentioned that you're gonna have radio and podcast series. So where's the place of indigenous languages in your outputs? Since you're focusing on indigenous knowledge and you know that the languages are the carriers of this particular knowledge. Thank you.
So group, let's come to you. Yes.
Good morning. I'm gonna just answer some of the questions, and then if maybe I didn't answer it, some of my group members will further answer them. So Uxlanda is a concept, Nguni concept, brought to light by Dr. Atambila Masola from the University of Cape Town. And the concept is that because of what's happening in South Africa in terms of knowledge production and how women, especially Black women, were not able to come forth with that knowledge, she's bringing it forth as in Sazlanda, we're fetching ourselves. So we are using concept, African concept, although my brother Martin, we cannot translate because time period, we plan on using African concept like Uxlanda in our methodology. I hope that answers you. Because of the time frame that we have, it's 7 months, we cannot translate into all languages, but if we can, we'll try. But by using concepts like Uxlanda, where we forthing Black women's knowledge, because the concept is that is from our grandmothers, is from our future, from our past generations, is that that's what we can do for the 7 months. But also I need to answer the time frame. So we decided that we're not gonna limit ourselves just to Codestria in the 7 months because we are divided into 2. Some of us are doing legacy projects that we began 2019, and we ensure that we wanna follow through. So as a collective like this, we're not ending with Africa Codestria. The idea is now that we had the platform, we're gonna open up. That's why the 11 publications. The idea of those 11 publications is that we do comparative studies, we do collaborate, even with the exhibition. It travels to Ghana, it travels to Mozambique, it travels to South Africa, it travels to Malawi. So we're not gonna limit ourselves with 7 months. We want it to be a Pan-Africanist project that would proceed even to our next generation. I hope that answers with the time frame thing and it not being realistic. And with the 11 publications, it's more collaborative in comparative studies so that we open up the borders. And yeah, I think here you can expand on the land. Yeah.
Okay, so the idea of using, there was a question that was presented around indigenous, the place of indigenous language and the issue of colonization. And I think in responding to that, given the time frame that we're working with, as my sister Mabofokeng stated, is that we do not have the resources nor the time to translate all of our projects into indigenous languages. But what we can do is to apply indigenous concepts very consciously and actively. And in doing so, we want to present the knowledge holders as the authorities on these concepts. What we are doing is merely providing a platform for these concepts to be expressed, but more importantly, for these concepts to be in conversation with one another. This idea of the Bantustanization of indigenous knowledge has to stop, right? And so what we're trying to do is to provide a platform through the Sankofa Collective and our collaborative approach. All right, so there was another question around how do we represent some of these communities and produce a methodology out of this without losing the essence of those cultural languages, frameworks, expressions, because we know that there may be some tension between our sort of highly, as has been argued, theoretical approach and this question about practicality. Now, one of our colleagues here has a approach that takes into account theater, performative practice, using the body, right? And we know that our indigenous knowledge holders are incredibly well-versed and have a depth of expertise in this domain of knowledge. So by allowing them to perform, by allowing them to practice, we give that space to now engage with a concept that Didier Kapagawani and Jeanette Malherbe talk about, which is this notion of epistemic threads. We are trying to tie these epistemic threads together. So language indeed is a repository of knowledge, but language is not the only repository of knowledge. Practice, the body, embodied knowledge. We need to expand our notion of knowledge beyond the logocentric bounds in which knowledge is usually defined. The idea of the question that was given by Prof. Adesheni around Sankofa and whether the experts will be represented in the sort of methodology. I want to say that in responding to this question, I think that we do not try to overshadow the experts. That is not our intention. As Sister Mabofokeng said, some of these are legacy projects, right? It means that we already had some kind of experience in doing these projects and working with these communities. We know some of our limitations, but by creating this cross-border, trans-local, transnational approach, we can see the deficiencies in some of our methodologies, and we can work together and use the synergies in order to overcome some of those practical challenges. And then I will leave the question about the decolonizing of education methodology to my colleague. But what I do want to state is this. We do not merely defer to conceptualism. There's a critique of conceptualism, right? Conceptualism is not the only way to approach this idea of knowledge, as I was stating in my critique of logocentrism. One of the concepts that comes through our research with one of our sisters, Tsebaot, is this idea of the hermeneutical method. What is the hermeneutical method? The hermeneutical method is an idea of interpretation. If you look at the research by Tisne Serkabahan around the idea of African hermeneutics, there is a secular approach to the idea of African hermeneutics or African interpretation, but there's also a cosmological approach, a cultural approach that is rooted in the knowledge system that the concepts emerge out of. So it's not that we are placing concepts on a community context. No, that's not what we are trying to do. Nor are we trying to take a factive stance that this is true and this is false. That's also not what we're trying to do, to sort of disqualify what these experts produce. What we're trying to do is we're trying to interpret and understand and use this as a basis for teaching, for pedagogy, for a theory of education. And then finally, what is the tension between technology, modernity, and the so-called framing of Africa as a traditional society? I'm very happy that in the previous lectures, we had this discussion around the sort of false binary between tradition and modernity. There is a paper by Theophile Okele, I think that is his name, on this question about the tradition of modernity and the modernity of tradition. This is a hermeneutical approach to resolving this question in the African context. That is that we do not take the stance that this is either tradition or this is modern. Rather, there are multiple modernities and multiple approaches to the question of modernity. And indigenous knowledge informs that, because indigenous knowledge produces cultural technologies such as the indigo dye. And we see this in the museum project, in the Sofala project, where you see these artifacts come to life that show you that modernity cannot be defined only from the European lens. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je vais présenter en français. Je vais intervenir par rapport à la question sur... je suis d'abord Roger Miranda Diono, je viens du Sénégal. Et je vais justement intervenir par rapport à la question sur l'approche méthodologique à utiliser pour prendre en compte les communautés dans l'approche que nous précisons. Tout à l'heure, par rapport aux commentaires que la discutante a fait ici, elle a précisé le fait que nous sommes parfois un peu théoriques, c'est normal. C'est parce que nous sommes un groupe composé de différentes disciplines. Et c'est d'ailleurs ce qui fait le charme du groupe. Mais moi, personnellement, je suis sociologue. Et on sait que les sociologues, c'est avant tout le terrain. Et cela, j'aimerais démontrer cela à travers l'approche méthodologique que je vais présenter. Aussi, il faut préciser d'abord que ce projet, nous avons un projet commun d'abord, mais c'est sûr qu'on ne peut pas l'atteindre, comme le disait ma chère collègue ici présente. On ne peut pas atteindre ce projet en 7 mois, c'est sûr. Parce que nous tous qui sont là, nous avons présenté en fonction, nous avons été sélectionnés en fonction de nos comment dire, candidatures individuelles. Donc, ce qui a privilégié dans ce cas durant les 7 mois, ce sont ces candidatures individuelles-là. OK. Maintenant, par rapport à l'approche méthodologique, je pense que, comme le disait le prof hier ici aussi, il ne s'agit pas pour nous, par exemple, d'impliquer seulement les savants locaux, ce qu'on appelle les savants locaux, c'est-à-dire ces détenteurs de savoir local. Il ne s'agit pas de les impliquer, il faut aller au-delà. Par exemple, si je prends l'exemple de mon cas personnel, j'expérimente, par exemple, la question de l'intégration des savoirs locaux dans le système éducatif. Comment on peut, par exemple, prendre en compte les détenteurs de savoir naturalistes locaux, c'est-à-dire ces connaissances sur l'environnement, dans le cadre des programmes scolaires. Et dans ce cadre-là, nous avons proposé en fait, l'approche est participative, comme nous l'avons présenté tout à l'heure. Il s'agit pour nous de présenter un format de recherche-action. Et dans ce format-là, ce qui a privilégié d'abord, nous avons fait un diagnostic situationnel, c'est-à-dire discuter avec les enseignants, les structures qui sont au-delà du système éducatif, comme par exemple, si je prends l'exemple des institutions académiques au Sénégal. Donc, il faut aller vers ces institutions pour pouvoir recueillir, par exemple, leur avis sur la façon dont on peut intégrer ces savoirs. recueillir leur point de vue, ce serait intéressant dans ce sens. Après cela, il faudra des ateliers en fait, des ateliers participatifs qu'on va organiser dans des écoles. Comme moi, par exemple, j'ai ciblé 3 écoles au Gandiol, où je travaille, c'est au nord du Sénégal. Donc, dans ces 3 écoles, on va d'abord expérimenter. Parce que dans le cadre de ma thèse, j'ai travaillé sur l'articulation entre savoir local et gestion de l'environnement. Il s'agissait de voir comment les savoirs locaux peuvent être intégrés dans les dynamiques de gestion de l'environnement marin et côtier au Sénégal. Donc, dans ce cas, j'ai pu donc identifier un certain nombre, de détenteurs de savoir. Ce sont ces détenteurs de savoir qu'on va commencer d'abord par, comment dirais-je, consulter dans le cadre de ces ateliers-là, pour les mettre en dialogue avec les enseignants, etc. À partir maintenant de ces ateliers-là, eux-mêmes, ils vont nous proposer comment, par exemple, on pourrait intégrer ces savoirs locaux dans le système éducatif. Et enfin, nous ferons une proposition. C'est ce que nous aurons à faire pour dupliquer
Thank you
ensuite
very much.
l'activité au nôtre des autres.
We barely have time
Okay,
to
merci
take
beaucoup.
the next round of questions. We barely have time. Okay. Okay, please. Just very, very quickly.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karina Tinawa. I just want to respond really fast to the policy and documentary question. So for so many of us, the work is a legacy project. And so where it's legacy, it's being co-produced by community. And so when there's questions about how we provide that knowledge to wider communities, that's been an ask by many communities. So when I speak, for example, on indigo dyeing, when we co-produce this, it was an ask that their craft is dying. So can we connect them to other communities through the research? And so this is where the talk of documentaries comes to from a wider audience, but also building on existing policy frameworks. So there's a memorandum of understanding between South Africa and Ghana, specifically around the creative industries. So it's plugging into that to have a discussion around textile restoration and celebration. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, do we have further questions? Let's come to this point here. We take 2, yeah. And then we take 1, 2, yes, please.
Yeah.
Please, let your questions be straight to the point.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Jibril Amit Sise from Sierra Leone. In the presentation, you mentioned you intend to digitalize indigenous knowledge. And I don't know what actually do you plan to do. Do you intend to digitize or digitalize indigenous knowledge system? And how does that contribute to a knowledge economy in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Monica Tsosile Buddha, and I'm from South Africa. This is not a question, but a comment. Is on digitalization also. Because colleagues have mentioned that they want to work towards digitalizing IKS, I suggest that they look at, especially because, of course, what is good is that we have a few South Africans on this panel, to look at what the University of Zululand and CUT and also DUT have done to digitalize IKS, and also look at the IKS documentation centers by the Department of Science and Innovation, NRF, the National Indigenous Knowledge Systems Office, which is NICSO, the National Indigenous Management Office, which is NICMAS, on how they've documented IKS, on how they track down knowledge holders, and how they have an institutional hub or an institutional website where we can access the indigenous knowledge, how many knowledge holders are registered, which knowledge is accessible, which knowledge is also for the public, which knowledge is secret throughout the whole South Africa, and which universities also are linked to the indigenous knowledge documentation centers. I think that could be a starting point, because South Africa has over 10 indigenous knowledge documentation centers linked to private, to public universities, by government. So knowledge holders go to those universities because they have offices where they actually provide them with details of that knowledge to see how they can commercialize. They work with NRF, DSI, and CSIR. Thank you.
Yes, there. No. At the side here, yes. Just there. Okay. There's a hand there. Yes, in front. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Mujama.
It's straight to the point.
This is Musa Mujama from Lesotho. I'd like to ask the group, given the diversity in your disciplines, how do you plan to collaborate in the field of research and policy formulations and actions? Thank you.
Somebody beside her there. Yes, I think. Is there somebody there?
Okay. It's
Yes.
a similar question, so.
Oh, okay, good. And any other one? I think I saw, yes, at the back there.
Okay, Wilkista Wefula from Kenya. My question is in the aspect of cross-border of knowledge transfer, how are you going to go about the issue of language barrier for maximum uptake of the indigenous knowledge provided? More so, the people who are supposed to take this knowledge don't understand the formal languages. Thank you.
Okay, maybe just one more. Yes. There. Yeah.
So my question is this. The act of understanding or interpretation of knowledge are never neutral. When you're trying to get the knowledge from these indigenous people, people are not usually neutral. Either they are positive or they are negative about it. It's all premised on the intent they have. So I overheard one of the speakers saying they want to understand the knowledge of these people and look for ways on how they can inculcate it into the modernized way and the rest and digitalized form. But my question is this. Understand that there's subjectivity when it comes to interpretation of knowledge. How do you intend to protect the whole essence of why this knowledge itself exists? And also understanding the framework of what those knowledge, the significance of those knowledge in society and how the whole custodian of those knowledge are not being lost in your midst of interpretation.
So we have just a very few minutes to answer.
So just set like the ground for how we were thinking about policy, and then some of the questions that is related to digitalization and other parts, my colleagues will come in. We had a discussion and we come to the conclusion that the policy space in the continent is limited and contested as well. And statistics shows that 60% of the finance ministers within the continent spend 60% of their time mobilizing funding from northern countries, and only less than 20% to mobilize local resources. When we speak about policy, we are talking about money. So probably you can guess who has the voice when it comes to policy. And contested, of course, we are not like, it's not everybody wants indigenous knowledge into the policy space. You have other preferences as well. So in that sense, when we say limited and contested, it means also there is always the challenge of being assimilated or co-opted by those who has other preferences. Accordingly, we decided rather than just going to the ultimate by seeking the last point or the end point of where all our recommendations being adopted and legally imposed, maybe we should think about the policy spectrum, starting from the beginning, where even our outputs could be simplified, the message could be simplified, and that's why we need to philosophize at this level. But then, because we had a lecture at some point, somebody like our professor was saying, this is the way you try to perceive your community and then to start acting. So even our outputs, we are trying to simplify when we are approaching communities. And that's why you see so many ideas about podcasts, you see documentary, but we are, at the same time, we are not leaving the policy space for others. So for example, I'm just inviting some of my colleagues here to speak about the indigenous knowledge for some of those who are working within education policy in Sudan, in the sense that maybe bringing someone from other country would help them in terms of listening to what we are saying. And that's how we came up with so many outputs. And just regarding the cross-border aspect, we are just finishing a concept note around the program online on Pan-Africanism. We are intending to launch that program without any funding at the first pilot, just to incite some of those discussions even beyond the AFRIAK fellowship. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add on what my colleague was saying regarding the policies. Actually, in many African countries, AKS doesn't have space and policies. I've said that because I work for the Observers of Culture Policies in Africa, and we are the advisor, but we don't formulate policies. Even if we have the willing or everything's fit, if the decision maker doesn't list, or if we do not do the paperwork, those policies will not be formulated. So I think it's for all of us, not only for the group. What we're going to do in terms of policy is to provide the policies brief, policies recommendations, but also we need to focus more on advocates for policies implementation, because some of those policies sometimes are even very good. They're well written and everything, but then when it comes to implementation, it's when the problem starts. So if there's no action plans, as we do not do any policies, public policy awareness, we want to go further. We'll be always going back. Like we need to change policy, but why are we changing policy? Let's say we had the policies for 20 years. But then when we look for a tangible result of those policies, there's nothing there, it's zero. So we need now to focus on implementation. And when it comes to culture policies, for some countries, for example, they use a time for 10 years to change their policies. But if sometimes they don't follow, or if we don't have a clear issue on why do we have to change, the government we won't take that advice, because we need to go there with a clarity objective and inform them and make sure that they understand what are we talking about. Thank you.
So I just want to speak back to, or at least in part respond to the question around subjectivity and the protection of knowledge regarding interpretation and that. I think a lot of our colleagues or some of our group members are looking at, so there's a debate at the moment around paradigms of research. So we typically know quantitative and qualitative modes of research. And I think some of us are within the scope of arts-based research methods, which currently is in debate whether or not it's its own paradigm, which I believe is its own paradigm. And what that allows us to do is to actually look at the art in itself as a mode of knowing, not so much the challenge is what I'm saying. In part, I'm answering the question. The challenge is obviously in interpretation, but what it does is that it acknowledges the fact that music, dance are not just for show, but they actually hold within them their own meaning. So there's no need in some spaces or in some cases to interpret and place our own subjective understandings on it. That's where I think the collaboration between knowledge bearers and researchers come into play. Thank you.
Very much. Please, a round of applause for group 16. Thank you so very much.
We agreed that they did a good job, right? So we are going to give them water bottle. And as I can see, Dominique is there to do it. So, and then we will take a nice photo of you. Thank you very much. Appreciate. As we do this group 9. Group 9. I think they'll want you to go on that side so that he can take a photo of you. Is group 9 anywhere in this room? Or they have gone to a normal hotel? Have you gone? Thank you very much. Oh, we have more buttons. Wow. Okay. Thank you. We welcome group 9 and we welcome group 10, group 12 as discussants. Let me announce that it's this group that is standing between us and our lunch. Huh? They need to know that they are standing between us and lunch.
Okay, audience, can we welcome group 9 with a round of applause, please?
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ifunaya Madafo, and I have the pleasure of introducing this presentation on behalf of Group 9. Before we begin, I would like to ground this presentation in a gesture of remembrance. I read a short poem by the African-American poet and writer. Her name is Lucille Clifton, and the title of the poem is Libation. And it is a poem that reminds us that every act of knowledge making begins with gratitude. Libation. I offer to this ground, this gene. I imagine an old man crying here, out of the overseer's sight, pushing his tongue through where a tooth would be if he were whole, the spaces, aches, where his tooth would be, where his land would be, his wife, his house, his son, his beautiful daughter. He wipes his sorrow from his cheek, then puts his testy finger to his testy tongue and licks the salt. I call a name that could be his. This offering is for you, old man, this salty ground, and this gene. In that spirit, I would like to welcome you to our presentation on epistemological, pedagogical, and creative infrastructures of indigeneity. Our working group brings together fellows from Kenya, Zimbabwe, Ghana, South Africa, Cameroon, and Nigeria. And each of us explores how indigenous knowledge systems can shape new ways of learning, creating, and thinking across Africa. We all come from different contexts and disciplines, but we also share one similar goal, which is to build bridges between indigenous knowledge and contemporary forms of education, but especially across creative expressions. So together, our projects imagine what happens when indigenous pedagogies, languages, games, stories, and creative practices meet each other across borders. We also try to imagine how these can generate new infrastructures of knowledge that are living, adaptive, and future-oriented. So we invite you to see our presentation as a conversation on how collaboration itself becomes a form of knowledge making. Thank you. I will hand over to my colleague to share this collective reflection.
Thank you so much. Bonjour Afrique. Good morning, Africa. Okay, Africa rise up. Africa is not just a place, it's an emotion, it's a state of being where the rhythm of life beats in harmony with the pulse of the wide wind. As Kwame Nkrumah once said, Africa is one continent, one people, and one nation. At the heart of our work lies Ubuntu, a shared shared humanity, the spirit that connects through. Through our deliberations, we have uncovered vast opportunities for trans-border collaboration, shared decolonial ideas, and critical reflections on colonial boundaries, all in the spirit of knowledge exchange that binds Africa together. The South African Zimbabwe project on storytelling inspires the Ghana project on indigenous games to think beyond borders, reimagining how urban African spaces can revive indigenous cultural infrastructures. Some initiatives like the Kenyan and the Cameroonian project, they strive on their own, while others like the South African project use the Guni philosophy of Ubuntu to shape feminist and community learning. Meanwhile, Nigeria's project explores digital creativity, linking indigenous spaces with modern media, proving that tradition and technology can indeed dance together. Together, this project shows Ubuntu through shared values, stories, and common dreams of Africa. So the other day, we were taught a song by Mshai, and we are going to sing that song. I don't know, for those who remember, you can join me. It says, let's sing together. Once I met an elephant on a sunny day. What did I do? What did I say? I said, good morning, elephant. How do you do? I'm glad to meet you, elephant. I want to dance with you. Thank you. La 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 la. Merci beaucoup. In many ways, this song mirrors our African scholarly experience. Africa, like the elephant, is majestic, full of wisdom, memory, and rhythm. When our 6 countries met this elephant, we too asked, what did we do? What did we say? And our deeper question was, how can we speak to Africa again in her own voices, through her own philosophies, and within her own digital future? Africa responded through storytelling, indigenous games, and Ubuntu, reminding us that knowledge is not only written, but lived, sung, and shared. So we said, good morning, Africa. How do you do? And Africa invited us to dance across borders, across disciplines, across time. In that dance, Kenya and Cameroon moved to the rhythm of language preservation. South Africa and Zimbabwe swayed to the beat of storytelling and feminist learning. Ghana played the tune of indigenous games and cultural revival, and Nigeria remixed the rhythm through digital creativity. To dance with Africa is to practice Ubuntu, where local knowledge meets digital innovation, and every step echoes the belief that Africa is one people, one nation, one rhythm. And as we continue this beautiful dance, let me now invite one of us, Evans Moss from Kenya, who will lead us into our common grounds, the shared spaces where our project meets, connects, and grows. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Yes, how are you today? Yeah, we sang and I think we didn't do it so well, so we will just have to repeat if you don't mind. Once I did what? I once met an elephant, isn't it? So we have been taught how to sing since morning in an African way. So let us give it the gusto that it deserves, right? Once I met an elephant. What? And then what? Oh, how? I'm glad to meet you, elephant. Oh, la, 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 La 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 la. So that is a choir already, isn't it? And we agree that when we come together and have such playful moments, then a lot can be achieved. So I'll very quickly just take us through the rest of our presentations that shows how our different projects intersect with their uniqueness, with the different issues about our project, but we believe that all this is just for the African child. Now, for the past many days, I know we have been in the spaces of traditional medicine, and we have been in climate change. We have talked about hubs here and there. We want to make a variation a little bit and bring things into class and see how we are able to use these spaces to, again, number one, acknowledge that pedagogy is very critical. And indeed, if we want these things passed from one generation to the other, then where a better place than in school as a space, isn't it? So very quickly, that's going back. Yes. Now, our common theme, this is re-envisioning indigenous pedagogies. Across the different projects, we found points of intersection about pedagogy. Like, for example, in our Kenyan project that was dealing with the play-based learning. This is a concept that has been developed in that particular country that wishes to see how teachers can be enabled to use indigenous play pedagogies to indeed promote creativity among children. When you look at the national policy in Kenya as a country, there's a lot of place about play-based learning. But what happens in actual practice, there's still more of an advocacy about formal, westernized, and sort of digital kinds of pedagogies. So that project was trying to ask itself what happens for children in the rural spaces in as far as equity is concerned. So we're trying to see if children can be enabled to use what is at their disposal still to be able to develop this component of the curriculum that is very important. And the focus of it is indeed in pre-primary level education. Then when we look at the project in Zimbabwe, it's about oral storytelling, but now the focus is that project is trying to interrogate that concept, but in a globalized world. So you can see that we have there's been a lot of tension in our discussions about how we bring these two things together. There are a lot of changes and a lot of modernization, but what will still be the place of oral storytelling in those particular settings? And again, that project is trying to see how teachers can be enabled to, number one, engage even with traditional storytellers and see how these people become part of the system itself, in whatever level of education, whether it's in the basic education or even in higher education. Then, of course, we have our project in South Africa. It's about the feminist Ubuntu pedagogy. This project wishes to see how women and even children, can be used as change makers and what will be their position in terms of encouraging inclusive feminist pedagogy. And it's looking at this through the lens of Ubuntu, which has a number of aspects. I want to believe that when questions arise, then the owner of that particular project will be able to give you insights about that particular component. Then we have our other project in Cameroon about indigenous language preservation. It's interesting that when Lucy was presenting in the morning, she mentioned that back in my country, we have like 42 languages, and I'm surprised she pushed it further to like 70. So she gave a range of 42 to 70 languages. But I thought that's many. These people have like over 250 languages. And I found that to be quite interesting. But now what that project is concerned about is that how are we able to actually preserve that language? But in this modernized world, how are we able to further do that in a digital technology or in a digital innovation perspective? That project will further be looking at how it can be preserved through apps, through interactive platforms, etc. Then we move to, this is Ghana now. There is a project that we have in Ghana. Now Ghana again is looking at indigenous games, but in the African cities. So you can start to see how these tensions this debate on the tension between digital and traditional stuff cannot come to an end anytime soon. But what that project was particularly looking at is that when you go into these cities or these towns, you'll find that there's a lot of space or opportunity being given to the modernized games, the whatnot. When you go into the infrastructure they have in cities and the spaces, the kind of sportings you see there will in most cases be these modernized ones. But in the engagements with the urban dwellers through platforms like radio and whatnot, anytime they have a conversation about indigenous issues, including indigenous sports, they will find that there's a lot of interaction and a lot of interest, and that project so that there's an appeal to the urban dwellers about what is indigenous about them. So what that project then will seek to look at is that how are these people in the urban cities able to make use of an indigenous infrastructure so that they're able to pull back to their cultural identities, which looks like is appealing a lot to them. Then I think our last project is in Nigeria about creative entrepreneurship. It's about transmediation. So that project then just seeks to see how we are able to transform our African indigenous knowledge systems into creative expressions and many other things like enterprises, so that we are able to bring together knowledge bearers and the young creatives in that space who are then able to ensure that, yes, these things, it's 4 minutes, that's what I've read. It's 4 minutes, but that was the gist of it. Otherwise, all these now remaining are now the spatial and temporal commonalities, which I've still in my explanation, I've talked about, the rural and the urban, being difference of spaces. When you go to urban about the cultural infrastructure, you'll hear people say, that kind of a game is backward, that kind of a game used to be there in the past. So what has happened in the temporalness? What has happened in the change of time that makes people even in the urban, setups want to believe some games are of the past and issues like that. So indigenous knowledge transcends geography and time. We want to believe that, and over and above all, tradition and innovation coexist. They coexist because in all our conversations, we keep saying that we want to see how this can be put in a repository somewhere. We want to see how this can be digitized. We want to see how this can be preserved. So you'll find that there is sort of a common ground between the IK and this other aspect that we call digitization. They'll definitely want to come together. Then about relationality and knowledge co-creation, this cannot be overemphasized. We've kept saying that we want to go and co-create with these people. So of course, in our projects, we noticed a strong focus on community participation and the non-extractive methods. We will further be told of the specific methodologies, but it is clear that we want to make these people as much as possible part of the knowledge that we are producing and part of the research that takes place in the community. Then there's key knowledge holders across our studies or our projects. There are teachers, elders, women, custodians, storytellers, children, and even the youth. And above all, it is important to see where your projects actually align with what AFRIAK wants. So we notice that it aligns with AFRIAK's vision of equitable, ethical research partnerships. Then across these projects, there was a common theme about culture and digital innovation, only for the Kenyan project that wishes to stick to the rural setting, because that is part of what motivated that kind of a project, that in the rural setting, when the curriculum says you need to allow for play-based learning, the learners in those spaces find digital gaming and all that as a problem. So how do we make the indigenous plays part of what contributes to the learning outcomes in that space? So that was the only exception. Our potential areas of collaboration, we have podcast series like cross-country dialogues on indigenous knowledges and pedagogy. We will want to have also policy briefs that sort of contribute to the debate about how changes can be made in these spaces. Joint publications, just as the previous group has mentioned. We will want to see how, not individually, but how our different projects can come together and we do a comparative work together. Then there also needs to be a reading exchange. So there will be shared resources amongst one another when doing our literatures here and there. just to appreciate that there's already literature in the African setting, and we can make use of that literature or even contribute to that literature going forward. About policy relevance and impact, we will want to address policy versus practice gaps. It is important that we identify what kind of gaps exist, maybe in our individual projects, and see how we get into that space. Then we will want to advocate for community-led cultural infrastructure, highlight gender-inclusive and intergenerational approaches, and also in our broader impact, we look forward to advancing epistemic justice and a pan-African cultural renewal. Our reflections and way forward, our strength is in the interdisciplinary and transnational collaboration. We agree, just as well also as the previous group has said, that in the many practices we were discussing, we will see a sense in which I think I'm talking about my Kenyan case and my Zimbabwean colleague will take it up easily and say, oh, I think that is also in our place. The South African person will also say and take it up and say it's also in our place. So we imagine that then it is no longer just, a Kenyan issue or a Ghanaian issue. It is something that goes across the borders. So it is a strength and we would like to leverage on that. Then there's a collective vision of building creative infrastructure, especially for our Nigerian project of indigeneity across Africa. So through this podcast series that create a shared platform for conversation on indigenous knowledge, pedagogy, play, and multilateral storytelling, we will still be able to see how we use such platforms to have a collective sense of moving forward with this indigenous knowledge system. Our overall goal is that we will have a sustainable research networking for ongoing IKS innovation. And that brings me to the end of our—
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Can we have group 12? Is that group 12? Discussants? Please come quickly.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. So I am Charlotte, and I'm representing Group 12 as discussants for to Group 9's presentation. First of all, before I zoom into what we have over here, I know you all side with me that they've really done well. And in Ghana, whenever someone does something, we applaud them. So I want us to give them more. Listen, please. I want us to congratulate them in the Ghanaian language. So you say mo, maya dear. We clap. So let's begin. Mo, maya dear. It means that you've really done well. Like the presentation is so thought-provoking and so nice. So now let me read what we have over here as we discussed when we met. So we have your strength and key insights over here. So your presentation duly reflects the diverse geographical composition of your team, yet you remain united in focus. This unity is evident in how your work aligns positively with CODESRA's aim of promoting indigenous pedagogies and curriculum development, and also mobilizing digital systems for indigenous knowledge in Africa that transcends artificial borders. Again, your work seeks to preserve what we have as Africans and also looks at ways of disseminating what we have to younger generations. This is clearly reflected in the concept like digitalization of stories, indigenous games serving as cultural infrastructure, and culturally incited pedagogies, which uphold our African indigenous knowledge systems. This connects your work to the broader discussion of decolonizing our mind as Africans and also challenges the dominance of Western knowledge. We appreciate the fact that your work project or your project spans various groups of indigenous knowledge bearers, including women, elders, community custodians, storytellers, teachers, children, and the youth. This inclusive approach truly represents the voices of all stakeholders within your research. We have some recommendation. I think it's only one. So the recommendation is on policy. You know, since the beginning of this induction, a lot of people have been here. They've been asked a lot about policy. And sometimes when you listen to their responses, you realize that most of them don't have clear roadmaps. So as a recommendation, we recommend that you engage with policy experts so that you know how to actually offer recommendations as far as the issue of policy is concerned. Then we have some few questions for discussion. The first question is on sustainability plan. We know that this group is made up of individuals from 6 countries. So the question is, how sustainable will collaboration, community involvement, and knowledge sharing be once the fellowship comes to an end? The next one is on methodology. You were asked to summarize your concepts into just a one-page document. So I know you were not having the luxury of inputting all your methodologies in the document. So we are not holding you tight on that. However, we would want you to give us insights on the tools, the methods, the procedures you are employing to ensure that your final outcomes are credible, reliable, and comprehensive. With that said, I wish to say thank you to you all for the insightful presentation, and this is coming from my group. Thank you and well done.
Thank you very much, Group 12. Do you want to quickly respond to the 2 questions before we go take some other questions?
Okay, so in terms of the sustainability and feasibility of the projects, each project is grounded in its own methodology and field work. So everyone has their own conceptual understanding of what it is that they're going to be doing. Ours is just to come together and, you know, converge our research outputs. So when we talk about the podcast and the website, those policy briefs, those build on the momentum that each individual has already been going on for the 7 months of the fellowship. So it's not like we're going to be starting from scratch when we converge as a group. So these collaborative efforts are modular. They can also evolve as the study progresses. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything.
Maybe what I would add also is that, and we do appreciate that sustainability is obviously a very big challenge. Part of what we have already done in terms of the kind of information that we are sharing among ourselves is that I was able to reflect on the Ghanaian case in terms of storytelling and to share with my colleague the very famous Anansi story in Ghana. And already I've also received very important text recommendations also from Unifier on the kind of work that I'm doing. So it is that kind of collaboration where, because we have a common interest, we're able to share materials that are useful for one another, even though they may not exactly be very tied to our respective policies. So that kind of thing is what we're relying on to see that even after here, we will be able to keep the conversation going.
I just wanted to speak on policy, but first of all, I want to say thank you to Group 12 for being so generous with your and being very kind with your feedback. You know, we appreciate it. Part of the feedback is a big chunk of this. So taking that time to give us feedback, we really, really appreciate it, and we want to incorporate it, you know, as thoroughly as possible. We do admit that our group is in policy. We aren't strong on policy, but I think what we are aware of and what we're cognizant of is that the gap that we see in policy is not so much that we have great policies. I think at least in South Africa, we have fairly decent policies. The issue with policy is the process of policy, you know, that we have to be cognizant at every stage of the process, whether Indigenous communities are being engaged. And I think that for us, that's where we're centrally concerned, and that there's a gap between policy and practice, and that in that gap, there's a necessity to continue having conversations. And so that's where we'd like to contribute, thinking more kind of theoretically about policy than thinking about policy implementation, but also critiquing policy and not always saying that what we're going to have is something that brings that that the end product will actually be policy. But how do we engage policy more broadly? And how do we think of policy across the countries that we exist in? Because I think that we think of policy very locally, but we might also want to think of policy more broadly. And transnationalism is an extremely important part that for us, we really solidified that from the beginning, and that's because of the project on Zimbabwe. And we started seeing that it's actually necessary to think transnationally from the onset.
Can we have questions now? Yes? Okay, I see Emmanuel there. Any other person? Questions for this group? Okay, let's start with Emmanuel here. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. That was a very good presentation, and I would plead with the group to try to address my questions, all right? This issue of policy has been going around since we began this presentation. And for me, I think we are looking at it in a perspective that might be very redundant at the end of the day, based on how we are proposing to tackle policy issues. In the past century, science diplomacy has propagated that social scientists and biological scientists like us sitting here should try to reorient ourselves in the society to have influence on policies. If we are going to keep on producing research and trying to advocate, trying to talk to people in position of power to implement what we are doing, I think we are still going to be having a long way to go. I think now in Ghana, you will see that most ministers scientists. So when they're making decisions in any space, they rely on the local research that they make, which I think is a good way to go. So I want you to share with us what your positioning is when it comes to policy influence. Again, I have a very big interest in the local games. I don't know who is presenting that, but you see, we have a very big issue. We have Western developers constructing these local games, digitalizing them for us to use. So I'm really curious, how relevant is trying to urbanize our local games to fill that gap, while still trying to compete with this digitalization of our local games for us to also appreciate? I think if you can throw more light on that, I would really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Yes, questions? Do we have any other hands up? Okay.
Thank you very much to the group. Absolutely wonderful presentation. Your work on indigenous and local games really piques my interest. I would like to hear a little bit more about how you want to have these games work within the educational framework, within these urbanization spaces. And you talked about the financial element in that. And I was thinking that it's very interesting that on the continent, we still believe that games like chess have significance, right? But when it comes to a game that's cross-national or, transnational, like what we would know as Mancala, Bao, or Wari, throughout the African context, there's no sort of trans-local kind of competition, where we get a standardized set of rules potentially, and we have this opportunity for, the kind of engagement we're having here through Codestria. Are you thinking about something like that? Are you thinking about those kinds of games in those ways, and thinking about like tournaments and in order to get youth really, really engaged in these kinds of things? Thank you very much.
Let's take one more question for this round. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Monica Tulsile Buddha, and I'm from South Africa. I just wanted to add on what the colleague here, Harry, has indicated regarding indigenous games. I want, maybe this is just a recommendation that the group actually looks at indigenous games in terms of science and maths. And I would like to recommend a book that you could read. It's called Sesotho Dictionary of Mathematics. So Zulu Matabo Zulu was arguing that Basotho people, you know, have extensive mathematical skills. And there he looks at the cause and effect. He looks at physics, you know, how indigenous games such as Tiketo, what's Tiketo? The ghetto, the one where you throw stone and then there are other stones in a hole, where there is actually physics happening. There is a 90-degree angle when you throw a stone while you are trying to concentrate on other stones. Because if you throw it in an obtuse angle, it will fall. If you throw it in an acute angle, it will also fall. You will not capture the stone that is going up. And also if you throw it just to catch it faster, the length also matters, the time also matters to your team players. So that is mathematics. So children knew how many stones I needed to actually go to the next round. But also teaches us what we call leadership, because for each and every team, there's always a leader who's playing the indigenous games. So in 2022 and 2024, I wrote a paper on indigenous games and ethnomathematics. What mathematical concepts and skills can you get on, thank you, on string games, on Diketo and other Murabaraba, for instance, the mathematics behind that, the teamwork behind that, and why is it important for our children? Because you learn how to be a team player when you are playing such games. So I just want you to look, thank you. I just want you to look at that. Buddha 2022 and Buddha 2024 on ethnomathematics and indigenous games, and also look at Basotho Dictionary of Mathematics by Zulu Matabo Zulu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have one more? Okay, I'll come to you. Yes. Briefly, please.
Okay. Tengu Nomsha, I'm from Nigeria. I want to also make a comment and a question on the game, traditional games, because in the area of cultural heritage, it is a very wonderful heritage of the African people that is being neglected and being abandoned as of today. I read a Master of Philosophy project in University of Ghana that studied traditional games as heritage, and I was very, it makes a lot of sense, but in your own projects, I want to know the sustainability aspect of it in your project, because many of the youths are moving away from it, and you want to do something about it. So what do you intend to do to make sure that there is sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, that group, for the work you have done. The UN General Assembly declared 2022 to 2032 as a decade of indigenous languages. I don't know if you know that. Now, in Kenya, I don't think you have to cry a lot about policy, etc. on education, because in Kenya, the basic education policy says that children from pre-primary to grade 3 should be taught in their vernacular. So the policy is there, and but the resistance we have is from teachers and parents and materials. We were looking at materials for pre-primary to grade 3 in the Maasai language. We couldn't find any. They were no longer being printed. Even when you ask teachers in Maasai schools, they say the parents don't want their children to learn vernacular. They want them to learn English because they are the languages of instruction. They are the languages of examination. So the middle class do not want their children to learn vernacular. They want to learn English and Kiswahili. So how do we break this barrier of teachers and parents being gatekeepers? They don't want to learn their languages or the children to learn their language. Thank you.
To you, group, response?
Thank you very much for the questions and the comments and suggestions as well. I'm not surprised that everybody's interested in the games, because it would appear that even from all the singing that we have done here and all of that, one thing that we seem to love so much is about play. And so I welcome all of you. Maybe after here, we can still talk more, take more suggestions from you. But I want to start with my brother Wilson's point, because it seeks to ask more about what it is that this indigenous games thing is really about. So the point of how we were imagining this had to primarily do with the fact that in urban spaces, because of modernization, because of urbanization, because of this growing cosmopolitanism, African indigenous games seem to be losing out to the so-called rather globalized version. So take your average football and many others like that. So we're wondering why it's that always when it comes to our interaction with the rest of the world, we're the ones who are having to give in something. And the way that even, and the point was made about the radio program. So for instance, I used to be a journalist, I've retired now. And when we used to have discussions on radio, typically the program was for development questions, politics here and there. But there are times that we will introduce things like indigenous games. When we do, the responses are just incredible because everybody seems to be really interested in that. But the way that indigenous games are thought of and engaged in, mostly in Ghana, and I suspect in many parts, is that we treat it as a point of decay, right? We reflect upon it almost as though we have given up on the fact that we have lost it. And so when we think about it, it's always like, okay, so there's an opportunity now to go back. But we don't think of the same thing with football. It's been here for centuries, but it's still living. So that's the kind of thinking that we have around this idea of games. And we're hoping that maybe through platforms like this and efforts to resuscitate the kind of conversation that we have, we'll be able to get some more interest in that. So broadly, that's the idea around that. To Emmanuel's question, Emmanuel is somebody I came with from Ghana, but somehow he was pretending that he didn't know who was dealing with indigenous games. But I'll answer the question. So first on the point about policy. So we're under no illusions whatsoever that we can just shake the magic wand and things will change in policy. We believe that it's going to be extremely difficult. But what we also intend to do, even across our projects when we are discussing issues of like podcasts, trying to make the conversations around our respective ideas very common, to have a lot of people, these days Gen Zs are the best people of the world, to all get into it, get a buy-in, generate conversations around that. And based on that, we're hoping that maybe we could make some demands and see some changes in those respects. So we're very modest when it comes to the policy idea, but we believe there's some conversations around that. If we're able to popularize our ideas, we can get some sort of engagement. In terms of specifically mine in Ghana, there are already institutions that deal with indigenous games and other play forms. So for instance, Ghana has the National Folklore Board. We also have the Cultural Associations, Cultural Games Association. There's the Ministry of Education that's always talking about these kinds of things and all. But the challenge is that, like I try to problematize it, we talk about it almost as though this is something that has some terminal illness, right? So on a sick bed, and every now and then we'll try and give it some palliative care. My idea is that we can try and move away from that by presenting to them something very substantive. Even in the survey that I also intend to do, for instance, if the findings suggest that people are actually very interested, I think that all of those things could be grounds upon which we can try and get the attention. I'm speaking a lot because it seems everybody was just talking to me, but the other point was the recommendations about text and other things, and I take that in good faith. I'll see you, Monica, and get them right. And the final bit about my brother's question from Nigeria in terms of sustainability. So it's also a big problem that I am thinking about. And one of the ways that I am imagining this is, and it was also very helpful when I heard Ifunanya talk about her project and the transmediation and other elements in there. So the way that I'm thinking about this is that there are also possibilities for transferring some of these games into e-games, and also making a case for those who have the wherewithal, the skill, and the knowledge to also come in here. And my view is that if we're able to do that, there may also be some economic dimensions to that. And even if people are not ordinarily interested in the games, the fact that you could develop an app that addresses a particular game. So for instance, on draft, I learned that in Ghana, we call it dummy. But when we're having our deliberations, I learned that it's almost everywhere else across the continent. And that in itself has now given me some cause to worry, because originally I was thinking about Accra. But now I know that I can also think about Johannesburg. I can also think about Harare and other places like that. I don't have an answer as to how I would deal with those things, but hopefully through those kinds of alternative platforms, we'll be able to create the sustainability in the work that we are doing. But thank you very much for the questions, and really appreciate it.
Can we have more questions? Okay, please. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. The question on language is, I think that like in Cameroon, we have close to, I said 250, but there are so many like Ethnologue and the rest, they have different statistics. So I think Africa as a whole has been so indulged in English and French, so much that it became a language in schools, the curriculum, and I tell my students that we learn English for international communication, not for it to stick in Africa. Because at the end of the day, how we holding the culture, we are missing out on it. Now, the language policy in Cameroon, in schools, it has been instituted that every child is supposed to learn at least mother tongue and all of that. The challenge is, in one class, you have like maybe 20 students, but there's just one teacher, and that teacher is not versed with all of those 20 languages that those children know. So that's a big challenge, and I look forward to I am one of the people who is going to advocate for one language for Africa. Africa should decide to choose Swahili. Let's all communicate in Swahili. And, and so that when I meet my sister from Ghana, we can have something to talk about. We can have some commonalities. So the parents too are resistant because their children too are exposed to the outside world. And when your child meets somebody out of that space, they are wondering, how is my child going to communicate? But the emphasis is we should come back, learn African languages, and still put English aside, because not everybody in the whole world is from Africa. When you get out of Africa, you should be able to communicate. So we are still fighting to have one Africa. Thank you.
I think we have sufficient time to just take one or two more questions. One or two. Yes, there is one at the back there. Any more?
There's a hand.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just take those two. Yes.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. My name is Tebo McLean from eBase Africa, Cameroon. My worry is this: from your presentation, I have heard you've made mention of, okay, you are presenting on indigenous pedagogic practices, but I learned that you've made mention of the teacher, the community members involved in your study. What is the place of the learner? I know the learner is at the center when it comes to pedagogy. And if at all learner has a place in your study, how are you going to measure change in, change in impact, that is change in the learning outcome of the learner? That is my question. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Goumri Karim du Burkina Faso.
Et je félicite l'ensemble des membres du groupe qui ont fait un brillant exposé. Je pense qu'ils ils traitent de l'éducation ou de la transmission des savoirs en contexte africain. Et je pense, je ne sais pas s'il y a un continent en Afrique qui n'avait pas une manière de transmettre les connaissances par les contes, par les chants et bien d'autres aspects. Et la question ici est de savoir quel rapport y aura-t-il entre la nouvelle école? Parce que je pense ici, en parlant de l'adaptation ou de l'adoption des savoirs ou de la manière de transmettre les savoirs en contexte africain, il y a un hiatus entre la manière de transmettre en contexte occidental. Et la question est de savoir quel sera le rapport entre ces deux écoles. Merci.
Thank you. Actually, mine was not a question. It's just a compliment from the good work they've done. And I would also want to say, for me, to the gatekeepers who are saying that indigenous languages shouldn't be used. Actually, I would like to say that when we get to think in our indigenous languages, it makes language development grow. It becomes easy for us to even think and resonate than thinking from a foreign language. It becomes very difficult for us to get to express ourselves in what we want to do and what we want to know. So I think apart from the policies that are there, just the way Madam Priscilla mentioned about the gatekeepers of the languages, it's a good way maybe our organizations get to let people know, let us shout about it, that knowing our indigenous languages isn't a hindrance for us to grow. Actually, it is something that is innate in us that parents and these teachers should get to know and understand. Maybe parents are also gatekeepers because they don't know this language, or they feel like there's a class, it's a matter of class. But I think in the next, as UNESCO says, the next 10 years to come, actually it will be a very big pride for whoever can speak in an indigenous language. And that makes us feel comfortable. And that is why I, as a person individually, I would really want to advocate for persons. Let us get to learn 1 languages. And the way we are saying that Kiswahili or any other language that you can say becomes a common for us as Africans to really actually unite us. We can be able to translate and express who we are in freedom without feeling in a colonial way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go with the McLean's, if I got your name right. And the last intervention has just answered it partly. You are concerned about how learners come into the picture in the whole scenario. And of course, if to speak about my project in Kenya, mine is more about how teachers are able to use the indigenous plays to support, the formation of creativity among learners. And I know creativity is just among the list of skills that learners are able to develop. My sister from South Africa has talked about numeracy, has talked about literacy. So it is a whole range of skills that learners are supposed to be able to develop when they're exposed to this kind of play. And therefore, my direct answer to that is that they're not measured per se, but then they could be observed. If an example has been given about, she talked of math plays in South Africa, then it will be a matter of when children are exposed to such, what observations do you make in their numeracy skills power, whether it's going up or down. If it's about creativity, when they're exposed to these plays, are you able to observe some creative powers in the children or not? So for me, they must be involved because at the end of the day, they're the consumers, but it's more of observing if they're able to achieve the outcome more than measuring it. So thank you very much.
I'm wondering why you are not smiling.
Yeah?
Smile. Any other? Yes.
I apologize that I'm not proficient in French, and I'll rectify that with time. Because unfortunately, I missed a lot of the part that was spoken, the question from the colleague from, I'm not sure what country, but from, Francophone. And thank goodness we have someone from Cameroon who was able to catch me up a bit. But I understood that the question had something to do with temporality. And something that I think all of us here have understood quite clearly is that there is a kind of myth in temporality. And one of the African philosophers I've really enjoyed reading on the myth of temporality is Olafemi Taiwo, because he says that it's only us Africans who think about pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial, which means that we only have 3 temporal frameworks to think about ourselves. Ali Mazrui has offered us the triple heritage, but again, 3s. So it seems as if we're trapped in some kind of cyclical relationship with temporality that has nothing to do with our own agency, that has nothing to do with the ways in which we might imagine time, the ways in which we may have transmitted knowledge in very temporally porous ways. If I think of a place like in Mapungu, in Mpumalanga, in a place like Inzaloyelanga, the birthplace of the sun, that area teaches us something about temporality and astrology that we haven't quite comprehended for ourselves. The fact that there are these concentric circles on the earth there that actually map out using the frequency of sound to create circles in a time where we maybe had not imagined that we were moving, but also these concentric circles are built by stones that don't come from South Africa. So we have to ask ourselves, what kind of knowledge did people bear when they were creating the first calendar? That space is considered Adam's calendar. How were people moving through space and time in ways that we might not actually be able to conceptualize right now? In the same way that we have predicaments when we think about the pyramids in Egypt. And I mean, we've learned already that there are far more pyramids than just Egypt, right? But we're trapped in thinking of ourselves through the colonial epistemology of beginning time or thinking of time always in response to colonialism. How do we move away from responding to one moment of violence that we experience that seems to somehow constantly be something that we have to bear and carry, rather than think about, temporalities that existed before, but also realize that, for instance, with games, what's been mentioned by my colleague, lets us see that people don't necessarily feel that in their present time, indigenous games are things that lie solely in the past. So I think that we have to kind of break our temporal framework and think beyond just pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial.
Can we give it up for group 9? Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, group 9. We obviously found our choir conductor from this group. So we are going to formally endorse you as the leader of the choir, okay? And my team has decided they'll give you a t-shirt for being a good conductor. Meantime, I think that you also have water bottles. I think the choir needs to take care of the throat, right? Yeah, so please. And the photographer will be waiting for you. Meantime, this afternoon, I hope we can have group 3 and group 13. Group 3 and group 13. And the respective discussants, you know yourselves, okay? Group 3 and group 13. And the respective discussants, you know yourselves. I am assuming that those ones who are a bit surprised, you know that you are coming tomorrow, okay? So that's excellent. After the photo, we will applaud their good work, okay? And then we can go for lunch. And then, thank you very much. So I will definitely see you at 2:30. As usual, I'll be here massaging the microphone, so make it speedy. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
Sorry.
So welcome back from the break. We are going to start the second session of group presentation of the day, starting with group 3. So up to you.
Welcome back, everybody. We have group 3. Can we have a round of applause for this group to welcome them? Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ekwe-Kale. In Yoruba land, we've got statements of greetings for literally every situation you could be in. Whatever it is you could be doing. You could be dancing, could be eating, just walking, or even dying. We've got something to say by way of greeting. Right now, you are just seated, so I'll say Ekwe-Kale. And you can respond by saying, Ekwe-Kale. Washiri. That other one, Washiri, is also something very beautiful that we say in Yoruba land. Washiri. It means you shall do well, you shall succeed. Washiri. We are all here to be equipped towards succeeding in our various fields. You know, as we go about Africa, exhuming indigenous knowledges, we want to succeed in doing that. And that is in fact why we are here, to be equipped for that. Therefore, Washiri. You can respond to that by saying Washiri. That's it. Okay, so my name is Temitayo Bello. I'm from Yoruba land, Nigeria. And I'm here representing my very beautiful group. We are called LESG, Language, Education, Sexualities, and Gender. Who are we? Members in my group span 7 countries, talking about Kenya, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Nigeria, and of course, South Africa. 7 countries, 9 women, 1 man. Who is right here standing before you? I am indeed a blessed man. Okay, so having gone through our various concept notes, a few weaknesses and strengths have been highlighted. I won't bore you, by reading everything to you. Maybe my colleague will have more time to go into that. But let me just say the most important, I think the strongest of the strengths that we have common to the concept notes would be that what we are all working on are very much in line, very, very much in line with AFRIAK's objectives. So this is a case of round pegs and round holes, right? And as for weaknesses, well, this is not unique to us. The weakness, the most important would be that most of the things we want to do are quite too ambitious to be feasibly realizable within 7 months. That would be the most important of the weaknesses. I hope my colleague will have more time to go into the details of that, but I'll move on to the recommendations that we have here. So first here we have to embed explicit indigenous frameworks and conceptual approaches. Secondly, to define equitable collaborations, roles for elders, knowledge keepers, that is co-researchers, advisors, co-authors. Now, this is a group is a very diverse group. We've got amongst us artists, we've got content creators, we've got teachers in higher institutions. And so we are going to be doing a lot of stuff along the lines of content creating, along the lines of media creation, videos, documentaries, podcasts, and all of that. But the most important, as far as I'm concerned, is the last one there, which says to position indigenous knowledge as active, evolving knowledge, rather than only heritage to preserve. One thing I've noticed so far about Africans is our approach to indigenous knowledge has always been to preserve it, to just keep it as it is. And that is very, very limiting. Africans, we get very panicky when the idea of improving upon our cultures, our heritages are, brought forward. We think anybody who is progressive in the thinking of African values who think he has come to do damage. But no, in Yoruba land, for instance, we would say something like, and that means we are to do things the way they have always been done so that the desired results that we have always gotten over the years can be gotten, right? So we can use that to mean we have to preserve our, indigenous knowledges and all of that. But then these same people come back to say that meaning the wisdom of today is the foolishness of tomorrow. We say it means you must evolve with the times. So in thinking about our indigenous knowledges, in thinking about our cultures, our traditions, our heritages, we must be progressive in our thinking. We must look, there must be something to improve upon. And that is one of our strong recommendations. Now in theater, because that is my background, in theater, we have something we call interlude. In this case, the interlude is going to be a poetic one. So I will invite my colleague, Blessing, to come read a poem to our hearing. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Okay, we are supposed to do a research for 7 months. And for me, I see research as a woman that is pregnant. And there's an output that is expected, right? After the next 7 months. So, and in these 7 months, if you look at the plight of a pregnant woman, there's a lot of discomfort. A lot of us are going to go to a strange country, which you are leaving your comfort zone, isn't it? So at that point, you might not be comfortable, but the end result and the output, thank you. The end result and the output is the target and the goal. And we all must fight for indigenous knowledge. So just listen to this short spoken word. I am of this earth, round, ripening, waiting. They call me pregnant, but I'm myself becoming. Each heart beats a drum, each breath a song. I carry life, I carry knowing, I carry the questions that won't stay quiet. I walk slowly, not just from weight, but from wonder. For in this belly, a word is forming, and in my mind, another word too. I am a young researcher, bent over books that don't know my mother's name. They call it data, I call it memory. They call it might, I call it truth. My grandmother's harps, my mother's chants, my own citations, they dance in rhythms like contractions of creation. Knowledge kicks inside of me, wisdom turns. The pain of betting ideas meets the joy of becoming whole. I am of the womb and the world. I'm of the screw. I'm of the soil and of the screw, of the scholar and the spirit. When I speak, a midwife wisdom, indigenous, infinite, and still alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blessing, for that beautiful poem. And indeed, you can see that she's actually speaking from how she's feeling right now. And it's from the heart. So thank you very much. As already introduced, our group is LESG, which simply stands for Language, Education, Sexuality, as well as Gender. And my colleague has already touched on some of the strengths and weaknesses that we found through the inductive thematic analysis that we performed when we were looking through all the 10 concept notes in order to see some of the common areas that we had. And I'm going to take you through some of the themes that emerged. And theme number one that was common within all of the concept notes was the fact that we are all trying to push for promotion of indigenous knowledge systems, particularly through language and inclusive education. And we were seeing, most of us were seeing language here as a tool for educational inclusivity, because we are being told, and we've been told as we're growing up, that education is the key to success. Yet with the indigenous community, every class, every lesson, every policy does not seem to be resonating with that ideology of it being a key to success due to limitations, for example, in language. Some students drop out of school because the teachers are beating them for not understanding the language that they're speaking, for not understanding English, which is usually a medium of education transmission in a classroom. Now, the second theme is the gendered indigenous knowledge system, which is where several of the concept notes from our teammates were looking at women as custodians, as well as subjects of this indigenous knowledge systems, where someone was studying gendered superstition in Nigeria, for example, another person was studying marginalization of women as indigenous knowledge bearers, another person was studying gender diversity and sexualities. Hence, it was a common theme amongst some of our colleagues. Another key theme that emerged is that of similar key frameworks that we used, as well as methodologies. Most of us were using feminist, post-colonial and decolonial frameworks in our concept notes. And in terms of methodologies, most of us were using community-based participatory research, which is very close to my heart, oral histories, life narratives, as well as ethnography. Now, we had from this, the fourth theme is that of intergenerational knowledge transmission. And this one was about most of our colleagues seeing language as a living archive a repository where we can continue to do our work to make sure that it continues existing for centuries and for generations to come. And also, you'd find that others were looking at oral traditions, which are used to transmit knowledge. And somebody gave an example of something that we found interesting there, of how you can find that, you know, when you study like gendered discourses in indigenous systems, you may find that people have certain clan names that must be kept alive for generations to come, but they're easily going to be erased if we don't preserve that or revitalize that in our education systems. Now, in terms of proposed areas of collaboration, we found that due to the various themes that we all had something in common, these were the areas that we proposed we could collaborate on. We could collaborate on building a digital archiving system for indigenous knowledge systems, particularly for countries that are left behind in doing that. I gather that some countries, for example, South Africa, it's way ahead in having digital archives. Then dissemination is also another area that we can collaborate in, where either academic or non-academic spaces, we can always share those opportunities to disseminate our research through. And then aside from that, we could also organize an interdisciplinary workshop on indigenous knowledge systems, language, education, and gender and resistance or resilience, being some of the key themes that people could submit either their art, posters, or academic work and come and present. Then research collaboration, of course, as well as policy advocacy. And that's because research is the reason why we are all here at the end of the day. And hence we can continue collaborating in that way. We also saw this as an opportunity perhaps to also collaborate with podcasting and multimedia series, because most of us are talented here in content creation. If, for example, you follow Tayo, he's got more than almost 2 million followers. I'm exaggerating the numbers, but it's there. So these are some of the areas that we may collaborate in. And then in terms of policy actions that we see emerging from our proposed areas of collaboration, we see the potential to collaborate in advocacy for mainstreaming indigenous knowledge systems so that we can actually have more holistic systems. And here we spoke about benchmarking from similar initiatives. For example, in China, you find that, for example, acupuncture is now part of the daily lives. South Korea with its skincare products and health and stuff like that. The same applies to Japan. Companies like Norland, like your Dynafarm, whose products we consume every day, are some of those that we can benchmark on in terms of mainstreaming indigenous knowledge systems. Then also collaborate with ministries, because quite often we can do research as much as we want, but if we don't have a buy-in from the people that are in charge of governance or of leading us, you may find that our research just ends in our offices. So it's important that we can then go ahead and collaborate with ministries, for example, the Ministry of Agriculture, Health, to co-develop policy briefs to promote inclusivity as well as social justice. And social justice is a huge thing, particularly for marginalized communities, especially when it comes to education, because it encompasses the principles of economic empowerment, political participation, for example, as well as making sure that people have access to education. Then also, we may actually also push for community-based knowledge hubs or digital platforms where young people can access and share content and co-create indigenous knowledge system materials, and hence also promoting digital citizenship or digital rights for people in our communities, particularly women, particularly children, and ensuring that we push for preservation, for revitalization, and access to indigenous knowledge archives. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important that we acknowledge that education can transform our continent, particularly if we can build policies that are inclusive, that take into account the marginalization that our indigenous communities experience. And education is not a gift that we should be saying, oh, we have gifted them the opportunity to learn. It should be a right that every child has access to. So thank you for your time, and we'll take questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have the, okay.
Good afternoon. Laptop, please. So my name is Dirego Kobela. I'll be giving feedback to group 3 on behalf of group 16. Of course, the concept note may have changed a bit because we've had a little bit more time to discuss and find nuance. So also please forgive the repetition. We're only responding to the concept note we got. Okay. So, and also as a fellow theater and performance studies person, I appreciated the interlude of the performance. Thank you. Group 3's work demonstrates a strong and coherent engagement with indigenous knowledge systems, aligning effectively with AFRIAK's priorities. So these are the strengths. The emphasis on indigenous knowledge as frameworks for transformative education is particularly noteworthy as it repositions language not merely as a tool of communication, but as a site of epistemic transformation. This approach fosters genuine inclusivity rooted in cultural integrity rather than the relativistic tendencies often seen in mainstream discourses on inclusivity. The approach to curriculum decolonization through local worldviews and languages resonates strongly with critical and decolonial scholarship, notably the works of Ngugi Tiongo and others who advocate for linguistic liberation. It situates educational reform within broader intellectual and cultural efforts to dismantle colonial hierarchies of knowledge. Methodologically, the group's use of oral histories, live narratives, and participatory ethnography reflects a dialogical process of meaning making. These methods affirm the voices of communities and position research as a collaborative rather than extractive exercise. So well done. In terms of areas for further development, Group 16 came up with this. While the group's attention to gender is commendable, it could benefit from a more intersectional approach that incorporates class, age, sexuality, and disability. Such an expanded framework would deepen the analysis and broaden the relevance of the research to diverse African contexts. The group's comparative research across multiple countries is a strength, but it might require clear coordination mechanisms and frameworks for comparison. So the concept note could be strengthened by addressing how collaboration will be structured and implemented. Another area of acquiring attention is the translation of IKS, or Indigenous Knowledge Systems, insights into policy frameworks. There is a risk that valuable Indigenous knowledge could be co-opted or diluted when integrated into technocratic or neoliberal policy mechanisms. So overall, in summary, Group 3 presents a compelling and well-grounded framework that effectively bridges decolonial theory and practice. Overall, the group's conceptual and methodological choices are sound, innovative, and aligned with the transformative goal of AFRIAK. To guide you in terms of developing it further, we have a few questions, which of course could be questions to ponder or questions you could actually answer. The first question is, how do you intend on engaging policymakers, given how challenging such spaces can be? How might you navigate running up against the second question? How might you navigate running up against red taping or safeguards of state structures that the constitutions of certain countries endorse in a certain way? The third question, and please ask me to slow down if I should, given that issues of access often come up in research that includes digitization, how will the digital divide be bridged in the project? And lastly, what strategies are in place to ensure that IKS remains rooted in community ownership and are not extracted or misused once they enter formal policy or institutional spaces? Thank you, Group 3.
Thank you so very much, discussant. Do you want to respond to those questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the feedback that you gave us. It was really thorough and definitely you gave us a lot to reflect on. I would like to take the last question in terms of how we ensure that Indigenous knowledge systems remain grounded, and once they are formalized into policy, that they are still grounded within that authenticity and it's not getting lost. I think the one recurrent theme from this workshop has been a collaborative approach to research and not viewing Indigenous knowledge bearers as people to simply take from, but to collaborate with. It's very important for us, and also answering question 1 consequentially, that when we do engage with policymakers, although we don't have solid existing relationships, perhaps we can start planting seeds. It's very clear that the project is a 7-month project, so we cannot change the world, but we can begin seminal work that can be further expanded on. So making it very clear when we engage with policymakers, government actors, that for this policy to be implemented and how we envision policy is with these indigenous knowledge holders and not to take from them, leave them behind and continue implementing. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. Just to also add to Amanda's comment about sort of policy, engaging policymakers and possible red tape. Of course, I mean, the experience is different for different countries. And I do believe that at points or at times, sometimes it's not about engaging the policymakers, but engaging the people on the ground doing the work. So for example, when I use the case study of South Africa, I mean, in 96, we had the most progressive constitution and all of these amazing policies on paper, which sort of, you would think, but what did that look like in practice? There's still a huge gap between policy making and policy implementation. And I would think that for a lot of this, we need to maybe start engaging with people who are actually active in policy implementation rather than, and sort of work down from the bottom up rather from the top down. Because I think, at least in the South African context, in the last 30 or so years, we've seen a huge or an increasing gap between policy making and policy implementation. And I think for us, as sort of, we come from various discipline backgrounds, research, academia, NGOs, the art space. So if we are the people on the ground, we are sort of the beginning of the change in our various ways. So for example, for me, just being a lecturer in a university where I'm not going to go straight to government, but I can go talk, okay, how can my institution make changes? And then from an institutional level, we then maybe look at other institutions or someone in an art space, how do they sort of engage with the people around them? And then we sort of can start a grassroots movement type of thing. But of course, that will not be in the 7 months. It will take much, much longer. But I think we also need to not just be looking to the government and the ministries, which maybe we should have made a bit clear in our presentation, and also looking at us and looking at institutions such as this and our own home institutions as well. And then regarding the question about the digital divide, that is still sort of a huge problem that we have in Africa. And I sincerely hope that I think, I mean, when we sort of look at technology today, most people have smartphones, but again, it's nearly not enough. But it's one of the things where we can maybe start from the level of going, okay, how can we get this on people's to people's attention through smartphones, and then growing from there. And yeah, I think I'll just leave any other questions to my colleagues.
All right, and just to add to how we intend to engage policymakers, I strongly believe that whatever it is you are doing today that is important, if you are not putting it online, then you are not reading the times. So the utilization of the internet is a very, very strong tool in engaging. What I do, I'll give what I do, for instance, as an example. I've got a platform where I just talk about the Yoruba culture, whether the past or present, the history, whatever it is, as far as it's related to Yoruba or Africa in general. What I do is I take these people, you know, all of these people, they actually want to be seen to, all of these policymakers, but I don't even limit it to them alone. I call upon different people. I call upon babalawos, call upon politicians, you know, intellectuals, writers, and I discuss a lot of these things with them, and we do the interviews over any matter at all. We discuss these things, we put them online. It is a disservice to humanity that you are doing something very important and you're not putting it online, because check around you, everybody is addicted to their phones. People wake up in the morning, they don't even try to find out if they can talk. They just pick up their phone, you know. And so you have to constantly be putting, this is one of the most effective way, especially in these times, you know, in influencing people. That's why these people who have who have dominated the social media space. That's what they are called, influencers. They actually are influencers. They are influencing you whether you like it or not, because they are always, I mean, they're always in your faces. So the internet is a very, very strong tool in actually shaping people's orientation, in redirecting them, in decolonialism, whatever it is you want to do. So that is one of the ways we intend to actually engage these policymakers. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, the group mates. I also want to thank the discussant. I appreciate the fact that you brought forth the issues of intersectionality, the intersectional approach. That resonates quite close to me, but also as a group, because at the start we mentioned that we are a group that is made up of people from language, education, gender, sexuality, where we use art for the advancement of indigenous knowledge. I think that alone describes the intersectionality traits that we have and that we are building on as a group to see how best we can use these in the different spaces that we work with. But I appreciate that you brought that forth. In terms of the dilution coming forth through digitization, we had this in our discussions, and of course, we didn't put it, maybe we could mention, we didn't mention it in the concept note, but we agreed that we have to first agree on for who and for what are we doing this digitization for. So if we are doing digitization for our fellow Africans, for our fellow tribesmen, for people of our culture, what modes do we use? So therein, we had issues of language because we mentioned and some of the intersectionality traits that we have with language. So if I'm doing content on food systems, and I'm preserving food knowledge of food systems for the Baganda people, for instance, in a culture where I come from. It is only important and pertinent that I do that using the Luganda language. You have seen how several people here have had interludes in their own languages, and you see how people from those particular cultures resonate with whoever is presenting that particular language. So if we are doing that for our own people, then we'll, to protect our work, from being copied, like the mentions of the patent rights and all that, would use our own language, because that was one of the first and the safest spaces through which we coordinate or we talk to our own people. I'll give an example in my country. The previous president that we had, he was a dictator, Idi Amin. So one time he captured an aircraft for the Jews, and the only way that they survived is they talked to themselves in the indigenous language. The Jews have a language that they use only for their own communities. If you've been in those communities with them, there are common languages that they use, but they have one that is indigenous to them. And when they talk to themselves at the airport, they mentioned and asked the fellow Jews that if you know you're a fellow Jew, right now, please fall down. And they all fell down. So those who are not understanding the language stayed up, and that's how they were served. And they left the country. So indigenous language, the issue of language precedes all these demarcations of territory and all that. And it's a safeguard for our ways to which we can transmit to other generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's time to engage the group. Do we have questions? Questions? Yes? Okay.
Thank you very much to Group 3. My name is Evans from Kenya. In your recommendations, you indicated that you seek to position IK as evolving knowledge and not just for heritage preservation. So maybe if you will just give more insights into that, maybe practical examples of how we might want to achieve that, because in most of our presentations, the component of heritage preservation was quite strong. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I'm a little worried about the notion of sexuality, because when I think sexuality in the 21st century, I'm thinking man, woman, binary, gay, youngest. In fact, in my country, Cameroon,
you have to use those words. Sorry, you have to use those words, or you have to present yourself. If you're one of, like, you're gay or so, you have to watch out where and how you talk about it. So I'm wondering, when you talk about sexuality, does it involve people like that? And can you please take me a little bit into Africa's hegemony, or Africa indigenous space where that was practiced? Because I know in Africa, we have countries like South Africa where even in their films and all that, it is very okay. Aside, if you're gay, that's fine. But in some spaces in Africa, it is something yet to be embraced. Just wondering if the notion of sexuality involves the gay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm Mohammed. Thanks for the presentation. I only have one recommendation, which talks about the language, based on the language. Okay. And it's based on the language, especially indigenous language. Yesterday, our Somali, I am from Somalia, by the way. And yesterday, our Somali president, Hashik Mahmoud, and he talks about the East African Community Summit. And he presented that and Swahili language will be like it is the national, will be in the national curriculum, Somali national curriculum, and we will take it in high school and also in universities. So my suggestion is, can we get as indigenous language as Afrikaans, and that we can relieve about the other and the colonizer languages. And the other thing that I want to ask you is, like, can you define us the sexuality? Because indigenously we cannot agree that there's sexuality in Africa. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Christiana from Ghana. Please, I want to ask, I think it's an established fact that language is a carrier of indigenous knowledge systems. Now, I want to ask, in a system where interregional or inter-country migration goes on, how can a typical classroom setting be structured so that we can use language as a medium of transferring indigenous knowledge systems? Thank you.
We will answer those 4 questions and then we'll go back. Yes.
All right. So how, okay, the first question is talking about preservation of our indigenous knowledges. You see, we must understand that culture is a product of man. And if man himself is not perfect, there is nothing he can produce that can be perfect. So when we look at our culture, we must always find things to improve. It doesn't in any way disturb the fact that we are preserving it. In fact, we are preserving it better by having a progressive mindset. And that is just what we are recommending. If you look into some of our cultures, for instance, you would realize that some of these things are just outdated, right? They are no longer applicable to the times, and we have to evolve with the times. We must always constantly look into our cultures to pick the ones to preserve and the ones to just do away with, all right? In my own culture as a Yoruba man, for instance, if I go into the examples, we'll be here till tomorrow. There are so many things, especially when it comes to raising up the relationship between the younger generation and the older generation. There are a few approaches that I think no longer up. You see, you can't raise Gen Zs, for instance, the same way our fathers were raised. In our culture, we must look for the loopholes and we must try to update them too. That's just what we are talking about. It doesn't in any way harm the fact that we should preserve our indigenous knowledges. Some of them, just like that proverb I mentioned, which says, that is a proverb that clearly says that certain things must be done the way they have always been done so that we can get the desired result. There are some things in our cultures, in our indigenous knowledges that we can't touch. Yet, these same people say that, doing ni, where I mean, what the wise approach of today is foolishness tomorrow. So it was wise today, but not so tomorrow. We'll be setting ourselves up for a backward race if we are to just stick to, Africans, we have this mindset, it's my tradition, it's the way it has always been done. It's more, no. We must look for things to improve, and then the ones that have always worked, we preserve. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to add into his point as well. And I just wanted to emphasize the way we were thinking about this issue as we were making these recommendations, because quite often you find that indigenous knowledge systems, they are treated like museum artifacts, like something ancient, something static, and something is just valuable insofar as we can preserve it. But this framing, you find that it's very limiting in that, for example, we are able, as indigenous people of Botswana, we are able to be dynamic. We are able to be adaptive to the nature, whether it's climate change, whether it's, we can be very adaptive. And that's because the reality of things is time waits for nobody. And if society is changing, we also have to change with it. For example, the reality that was brought by COVID was the fact that the world became so digitized, so connected, and the internet is almost useful everywhere. We are all yearning to have the internet. We are all yearning for connectivity, and there is no running from that. Also, for example, just to give another example of how we have been adaptive or evolving, if we are talking about indigenous knowledge being evolving. As an agricultural country, we rely on agriculture for food security. And for the mere fact that there are now new policies that say, in order for you to put together your cattle or your donkeys in a sleigh and use them for plowing, it's animal cruelty. It's modern policies that we cannot deny exist in our countries. So what have we done? We have evolved with the times. We now use tractors. Have we abandoned agriculture completely? No, but we have adapted. So we are speaking about adaptation where, of course, innovation has to continue to be guided by ethics of care, by ethics of sustainability, also by balance and by acknowledging that there are things we can't change in these times that we are on. And hence, as we were saying, indigenous systems must then adapt or evolve than be treated as static. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. On the issue of sexuality, we all well know that it's crucial to integrate culture relevant narratives, practices, values such as the Ubuntu, rather than imposing Western frameworks. This approach will involve collaborating with indigenous knowledge keepers, utilizing proverbs and stories to challenge the oppressive norms and recognizing the diverse forms of asexuality that have often been harassed by the colonial influence. A holistic perspective that considers the spiritual, emotional, and physical aspects of sexuality along the importance of age-appropriate private discussion within a communal context. I think that's one way to address sexuality. We do not like to move away from the notions and the norms and values that raised us in due to the strong influence from the Western cultures. We have to remain Africans because we are keepers.
Expanding on the second question that was asked with regards to sexuality, it must be very clear that there is no liberation without the liberation of queer people. My cadastral application was an extension of my master's thesis, which explored pre-colonial gender and sexuality identities. Dictators, or rather presidents, if you want to say, like Robert Mugabe, often echoed sentiments such as being queer is an African, it's an import of the West, it's a result of colonialism. But that's not true. And I spent 3 months researching into it. So If you want to talk a little bit more about it afterwards, please feel free, because this is my passion project. Pre-colonial societies had diverse gender and sexuality identities. I used Imi Amadiyumi's seminal work, Male Daughters and Female Husbands, where she used language in the Igbo society to explore the different identities. In Venda culture, there is terms like chiozvi, which refers to the wife of a male husband. They have always been queer people. There were same-sex relationships, various gender identities that always existed. Tolerance was diluted through colonial legislation and imported colonial Christian values. As Professor mentioned earlier, that through colonization, there were imported values that were not always within our indigenous communities. It's not to say that those societies were perfect and were always accepting of same-sex relationships, but rather they were more tolerant than what we think. Scholars like Mark Eckerpret, Sylvia Tamale have gone on to expand on this work and have produced work primarily within Southern Africa to show that there have been diverse gender and sexuality identities within the continent. Importantly, it's important to note that Francophone countries that were majority colonized by France did not have anti-sodomy laws. This is because the French were one of the first colonial empires to abolish anti-gay laws. And it is Anglophone countries that tend to have anti-sodomy laws or anti-gay laws. So the colonial narrative that gays have not are not African or are not important to our culture, it is not true. And once again, I'd like to close with the words that there is no liberation without queer liberation. Thank you.
There's someone who, that's interesting fact for us to learn. Okay, there's someone who asked about what about if you go to various parts of Africa and you've learned a specific indigenous language, and how do we get to integrate that? I will say that as a best practice, it is good that wherever in the area of catchment that you are in, you get to learn the language that is used by the people in that place. So that is the basic ground that you may use as an indigenous language to grow. And then someone else asked about gatekeeping and what can be done about it. We are from diverse organizations, schools of thought as well. The best way to keep away gatekeepers is us having a campaign. We can all leave this room today. After this, we can say that indigenous languages can be done by everyone, and let us be advocates for it. And that way, the gatekeeping will change the narrative for us all for the good purpose.
Thank you. Can we have more questions? Yes, we have one. Comment? Any other one? Okay, can we have the, yes. Okay, so let's take it all together. We take this one here, two, yes. To the point.
Okay, it's still on this sexuality issue. Because I think in indigenous knowledge, African indigenous knowledge system, this issue of sexuality is very, very difficult and problematic. We understand in heritage that sex is a birth character, is assigned at birth, while gender is a social construct. Now, if I go to my village as a way of collecting data and I meet an old man and I begin to talk about gay, it would not be normal to them. So I want to know your methodological base. How do you think you want to come across this in your data? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have a question on the frameworks you provided, that the post-colonial, the feminist, and I want to ask, I'm curious about your choice of the use of the feminist framework in a project that is centered on the decolonization and indigenous knowledge systems. You know, like given that the mainstream feminist theory often emerge from the Western epistemologies, and also how do you ensure that it doesn't impose external frameworks or on indigenous worldviews?
Good afternoon. To add on what he said, what she just said, I wanted to ask a question about the feminist theory. In what way might the adoption of the feminist theory risk diluting or misinterpretation of the authentic voice and experiences of women within the specific indigenous knowledge system, given that it's a Western concept? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to touch again on this area of how difficult it is to translate your whatever's to policy, having worked in policy for some time. Now, universities or research people, they are in the ivory towers, they do their research, then they want you to translate to policy. But you did not start this journey together. So what you need to do is, why don't you start the journey together? I remember in the Ministry of Health, the universities were complaining we don't implement their policies. So we said, did you come and ask us what our priorities are as a Ministry of Health? What are the country priorities in health? So that you research on them, then it can be translated to policy. So start the journey together, not just come at the end and say, I want you to do this. So, because usually health policies, they start at the United Nations, General Assembly, African Union, then national policies. But if you researchers did not come to ask the policymakers, what are your priorities you want us to research on, then it will take long for those to be translated to policy.
Respond to those. We barely have time to just respond to those questions before we move to the next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Clarina from Namibia. I'd like to take on the feminism question. So feminism may have started in the West, but it is not a Western concept in Africa. Yes, women in Africa drew from the West, but we have formed our own feminisms. Right here in Africa, we have our African feminism, such as ecofeminism. The thing is, African women experience life differently from the West. Because of that, we could not adopt the African, the Western traits of feminism. That is why we developed our own feminisms. So these are the feminist theories that we are going to adopt in the analysis through our projects. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to answer the question that was about sexuality, where you spoke about how if you went to an old man in the village and you spoke about being gay, they would not understand. That is not always true. In Imi Amadiumi's book, which was published in 1987, she spoke to a lot of elders. Primarily, the methodology used was interviews with indigenous knowledge holders or elderly people. There were terms for gay people, for lesbian people, not necessarily the modern terms that we use now, but there were terms for people who engaged or had different diverse gender and sexuality identities. There also, unfortunately, a lot of the African history is oral rather than written. So we heavily rely on colonial records and missionary journals for accounts. However, other works such as Sylvia Tamale, Mark Eckerpret have gone on to expand on this work where they research ethnographic interviews, ethnographic methodology, language methodology. Because I only had 3 months to do my dissertation, I didn't have the time as well as the money to go and do oral interviews. So I used language where I researched terms across primarily Southern Africa to present that there were diverse gender and sexual identities and there were different indigenous terminology to reveal that. So again, the colonial narrative that it isn't sexual homosexuality or diverse gender identities are a colonial import or are foreign to Africa is untrue. We have instances of the Ugandan king who, again, very, very cautiously, because these are primarily colonial records, but was known to have sexual relationships with young men within his royal court. I am referring to King Mangwa too. So the gays have always existed. Thank you.
And just to add to that, you see, there's a proverb in my, or just a general saying in my language that goes, I'm sorry, I may not be able to translate that, but the adofuro there is the Yoruba word for homosexuals, which points to the fact that we have always had them in our society, right? In fact, a few months ago, because this issue is becoming it's becoming bigger than what can be ignored, whether we like it or not. So I was forced to actually talk about it. I called a babalawo. Babalawos, for the uninitiated, Ifa priests, but they are more than priests. They are more like professors. They are more like the custodians of Yoruba knowledges. So I called this man to discuss what is Ifa's position. You know, Ifa is the Yoruba literary corpus. It is scientific, it is religious, it is spiritual, it is everything that is Yoruba. I called this man and I asked him, what does Ifa say? And we find Ifa verses that actually address this issue literally, very directly, which means it has always existed. Now, whether or not they were celebrated, they were accepted is another question entirely. Whether or not they are celebrated now or embraced is another question entirely. But as to whether they have always existed, it is a capital yes.
Okay, I just wanted to add to the question on feminism. I know feminism, when we talk about feminism, we talk about the Europe, the North, which emphasizes equality, individualism, and all of that. But there's a new form of feminism that is pluralistic, which talks about our local culture. And for me, that's what I'm working on, which is post-colonial feminism. This resonates to our own African culture. This resonates to our own individual peculiarity. So when we talk about feminism, we are not looking at the global South, the Europe, and the Western world. We are talking about the feminism that resonates to our African society and our own culture. Thank you.
So this is not for you to maybe just to ponder. That was one of the things that I found, maybe a bit challenging when I saw feminism, and without any qualification. Do you talk about African feminism or African feminisms? And on the continent, how, in fact, generally, how fragmented feminism itself is. Maternal feminism, Black feminism, radical feminism. On the continent, you have womanism, you have sisterhood, you have Stiwanism, and all that. Each of these strands has an answer or a response to the issue of identity, to the issue of homosexuality, to the issue of what a woman is. So if you have even post-colonial feminism is a strand. So the question is, which of these strands, coming from your different positionality, will be sufficient? You have to begin to think, because once you mention feminism, you enter into that contestation, that space of contestation. And you have to begin to think about which of these feminisms you want to think about. Each of them has a response to patriarchy. Maternal feminism says it is our maternal traits that is so significant. We are different, and you have to deal with that. Thank you very much. Please, can we give it up for Group 3? Thank you so much.
Sorry. So gift time. Please.
Can we have group 13? Group 13. Is group 13 ready?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Hi. Hello. Okay. Kisamo Basikoro from group 13. We are going to do our presentation, but before that, I wanted to teach you a Chichewa greeting. When I say morning onse, you respond zikomo. Okay? When I say morning onse, you say zikomo. And then I'll say mulibwanje. Your response will be tilibwino. Okay? Are we good to go? Okay. I should repeat? Okay. Morning onse, you say zikomo. Okay. And then after that, I'll say mulibwanji. You respond tilibwino. Yes. Okay. Are we good to go? Morning onse. Mulibwanji. Zikomo. Done.
Hi, everyone. Okay, in the spirit of Ubuntu and in the spirit of languages, I'm gonna say a poem in Swahili, but I want you guys to help me say it, okay? So the poem is called Pakacha Pakachuka. And whenever I say Pakacha Pakachuka, all of you say Chini Pu, okay? Chini Pu. Okay, Pakacha Pakachuka. Pakacha Pakachuka. Okay, here we go. Pakacha Pakachuka. Good students, yeah? Okay. Pakacha waniweka roho juu. Pakacha kila mwaka hata huu. Pakacha wanitaka niwe zuu. Pakacha pakachuka. Pakacha nadhikika dhiki kuu. Pakacha nikinuka na nkupuu. Wakacha wanicheka sana tu. Pakacha pakachuka. Pakacha sina shaka, si kifuu. Pakacha asotaka la mkuu. Pakacha univunja lake guu. Pakacha Pakachuka. Thank you so much. So our group is about environmental sustainability and indigenous knowledge. And in this day and era, if you want to know when it's gonna be raining or sunny, you literally just Google. You Google and Google will tell you, okay, tomorrow it will rain. And most of the time, it might not rain or it might rain. But in the African communities that we live in, people didn't need Google or didn't have Google. They could look at the color of the sky, they could look at how the birds are flying, and they could look at the movement of the ants and know if it's gonna rain or if drought is gonna come and if it's gonna flood. And some even had rainmakers and rainmakers who could stop rain or literally call the rain. And across continents, people cared about the land that we live in because they understood that the world can survive without us, but we cannot survive with the world, without the world. So long before climate change was even a buzzword, or even in our development spaces, there was the word climate change. Communities used to conserve land, used to manage water, used to manage land, used to manage many resources and adapt to change without the many buzzwords that were going around. And this is why our group is coming together to take in indigenous knowledge and knowing that it's not just about the past, but it's gonna shape the future that we live in. So our group, the next slide. Oh, where? Sorry. So our group comes from 6 different African countries, and we have the first one from Ethiopia, and it's Kiboroshan, and he's studying about the cultivation of false banana and the processing for sustainable food systems in Ethiopia. We have myself, Don Chemoyo, and Maureen from Kenya, who are studying land management systems and social capital when it comes to land use. We have Daisy and Chimweme from Zambia and Malawi, who are doing a comparative aspect of enhancing early warning systems on climate change in Zambia and Malawi. We have Richard from DRC, and he's doing indigenous knowledge of rainfall control to addressing climate variability. We have Monica from Tanzania. She's doing the role of indigenous knowledge in climate change adaptation, practice, policy gaps, and opportunities. And we have Kelobogile from Botswana, who's decolonizing the community-based natural resource management impacts in indigenous resource management. And I will give the floor to our next presenter, who's gonna take us through our strengths, weaknesses, and everything.
Good afternoon, everyone. So on 18th February 2025, it was a normal day in Zambia, my beautiful country. I think the temperature was around 21 degrees, a basic day. But then an environmental disaster happened. A tailings dam at Sino Metals, a Chinese-owned mining company, had their tailing dam collapse. It released about 50 million liters of acidic mine waste effluent into an important river in Zambia. Not only was fish killed, aquatic life destroyed, water contaminated, but millions of Zambians were affected because the water body they depend on was contaminated. But what extent do their voices get heard? So environmental justice cannot be separated from social justice for people to be valued and for them to flourish. So with different projects from different countries, our proposed projects, but in an important way, speak to the fact that indigenous knowledge is central in strengthening climate resilience and also responding to the climate crisis and promoting environmental sustainability. And so when we looked at some of the strengths of our keynotes, one of the strengths was that our keynotes were coherent in terms of the structure based on the AFRIAK recommendations on the call that we received. Then there was also deep grounding in terms of the indigenous knowledge aspect that each and every group wanted to embed in their studies. Then also another strength was that most of our studies were very keen. We are very, very ambitious, and we want to ensure that our studies are participatory and are not non-extractive, drawing on approaches that, for example, if you want to conduct focus groups, which are mostly derived from Western methodologies, we want to ensure that those focus groups still kind of generate a sense of knowledge sharing across the ones who are extracting the data and the ones who are actually the knowledge keepers. Then the other strength was that there's a strong integration of indigenous knowledge throughout the studies that we are proposing. I think I'm missing one. Okay, thanks. And so in terms of the weaknesses, there was an over-reliance in terms of Western academic frameworks instead of indigenous epistemologists, just to make mention that we are just, we're not experts in indigenous knowledge, but we know we are ambitious and we know that change can start with us. And we are courageously going to conduct this research. But then when we looked at the concept notes, most of them were talking about, okay, we're going to do interviews, we're going to do what? But if you look at them, they all derive from Western academic frameworks. But we want to reflect on the fact that there is need to inculcate a participatory approach in a way that is actually practically relevant for those from whom we're going to extract our data. Then the other weakness was that there were unclear roles of community knowledge keepers in terms of data validation. Yes, we'll collect the data, but how are we going to verify that that data actually speaks to the lived experiences of the individuals from whom we have derived our data? And this, after our meeting, we had to say, okay, we're going to probably have to sit down and reflect on the data validation aspect of our project. Then also we had a lot of projects that were kind of missing ethical protocols because we're going in different contexts, different communities. So we needed to actually ensure that we know we are very thorough in terms of the ethics that should be upheld during these processes. Then the main thing, which is obviously across all groups, is the timeline of the AFRIAK project. So most of the things look a bit ambitious because 7 months is a long time to build trust, to balance, to fit in certain contexts, to learn certain languages. So the time frame is a weakness among us, most of our concept notes. Then in terms of the recommendations based on the very weaknesses that we determined, there's need to deepen theoretical grounding in our work. By this, we mean that our ideas and our methods ought to be based on contextualized systems, making our projects more meaningful, relevant, and also useful to communities from which we derive our data. Then apart from that, we need to strengthen community participation by ensuring that these approaches where we are focusing on bring our communities together. We have co-creation of knowledge and also a shared dialogue between us and the communities. Then there's also need to rethink non-extractive methodologies where approaches should be grounded in community values, practices, for example, storytelling, open dialogue, ceremonies, and also observation of seasonal changes based on the different contexts we're going to be in. Then there's also need to honor the community systems and also uphold people's rights, making research both inclusive and also contextually relevant and meaningful. So what brought us together were four main themes, one of which was climate adaptation. So in terms of climate adaptation, we're looking at the fact that climate adaptation strategies that utilize indigenous knowledge offer a powerful insight into how communities can live firstly in harmony with nature, and then secondly, for them to effectively adapt to climate change. So by drawing on traditional practices and local wisdom, these strategies can help strengthen resilience to environmental change and also ensure that people uphold planetary values. Then the other thing that brought us together was food security. We believe that through traditional practices, for example, agroforestry, which is common among us, the countries represented here, the use of traditional agricultural practices strengthens food security and encourages careful use of natural resources. Then the other theme is governance in terms of land governance and climate governance. So we believe that these frameworks that embrace IK principles are inclusive in nature, and they are able to amplify the voices and also to ensure that the voices of the marginalized amid the climate crisis are actually heard and valued. So based on this, we do have opportunities for collaboration because we have representatives from Central Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa. Yeah, and so we do have the hope to co-author cross-regional policy briefs, which are two. One will be focused on climate adaptation, utilizing IK, and another will focus on decolonizing land and climate governance. So this partnership aims to amplify advocacy efforts and also shared learning across different regions. Then the other collaboration opportunity is developing community kits. We plan to create a community knowledge kit that helps preserve and share traditional practices. These kits will include digital, oral, as well as visual materials designed to match the local ways people pass on knowledge, ecological knowledge, and for people to share wisdom in meaningful and also accessible ways. Then in terms of policy, we are advancing the inclusion of IK in policy making and policy structures by advocating for bottom-up approaches to decision making, making policy relevant to ensure that the inclusion of communities and most vulnerable communities to most vulnerable people in terms of the climate crisis are actually embedded within existing policy. Then we're also considering or advancing the integration of IK principles into governance frameworks. We want to advance the inclusion of IK in governance systems so that decisions about the environment, about land, about climate change are inclusive and based on local realities. One thing for sure is that yes, environmental or climate issues are global, but they are highly contextual. This will ensure that indigenous voices are heard and they are valued also within the decision-making processes. Then the other policy aspect is the creation of training and knowledge hubs for IK. This is through a dedicated training centers across regions focused on IK to enhance climate adaptation as well as environmental education. Furthermore, with the need to our policy ambitions, let me call them ambitions, wants the community to be engaged in climate adaptation efforts in terms of appreciating their lived realities. Yes, we can all talk about climate change. Yes, we can talk about how climate change is affecting us, but each individual has their own story to tell on how climate change has affected them or is affecting them. Then there's also need to empower communities in terms of indigenous knowledge and in terms of the adaptation to climate change by ensuring that policy not only respects the rights of individuals, but also for them as a collective and also enhances their capacity to effectively respond to environmental changes. Then the other thing is that we are advancing the enhancement of knowledge transfer across generations, fostering intergenerational learning and the sharing of knowledge is crucial for sustainability. So we believe that IK can be a process through which the old share the knowledge and the young learn from the old to prepare for the uncertain future. Then in terms of integration of climate governance, I think I already touched on that. So I'm going to end with this. Environmental justice for indigenous African societies is not a plea for inclusion. It is a reclamation of wisdom that has long understood balance, altruistic values, and respect for the earth. True climate justice in Africa begins when indigenous voices are no longer just heard, but when the ecological wisdom becomes the very heartbeat of the uncertain environmental future. And this begins with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the discussing group? Okay.
Afternoon, everyone. Is this working? Hola. Bonjour. Ausheni. Molweni. Bawani. Nangadef. All right. Okay, it's my pleasure to represent group 9 in our response to group 13. I'd like us to give them another round of applause. I think you did really well. Thank you. So some of the conceptual strengths that we noted are that the concept note successfully identifies several strengths in the various individual projects and key areas of improvement, focusing on a more authentic and equitable integration of indigenous knowledge. The strengths the note outlines include deeply respectful and methodologically sound approaches, which consistently center Indigenous knowledge as a vital system rooted in cultural and spiritual heritage. Further, it's identified that the frameworks include those that effectively challenge Western paradigms, participatory methodologies with an explicit commitment to collaborating with Indigenous knowledge custodians to ensure the research is decolonial, community-based, and aligned with ethical and ecological objectives. Further outlined enhancements that we saw in the conceptual note identified the concepts note to include grounding the conceptual frameworks in Indigenous knowledge epistemologies, explicitly involving Indigenous participants in co-creating research questions, and revising academic methodologies to incorporate IK-informed practices such as storytelling and communal dialogue. A central theme is the need to engage community members at all levels of the project, moving beyond the traditional role as mere data sources. And I think that's quite a central thing that everyone's been speaking about. The note also effectively draws thematic connections between various projects, linking climate adaptation, food security, Indigenous knowledge, and governance. Furthermore, the group identifies concrete collaboration opportunities, including the development of cross-regional policy briefs and community knowledge kits. I thought the idea of community knowledge kits in the concept brief was, really insightful. Some key insights that emerge from the concept note are highlighting the importance of Indigenous knowledge custodians and their role in ecological sustainability, traditional environment management, and community-based practices. Rethinking academic methods to include Indigenous tools of data collection and co-creation of knowledge, starting from the formation of the research and not only during the data generation. We do think that there were some potential gaps, as all work does, or all concept notes have. One of them is the lack of project definition and regional context. You actually addressed this really well in your presentation. So in the concept note, it wasn't really clear who was coming from where and what work you were doing, but I think that you closed that gap now in the presentation. So well done for that. There was an unclear distinction between method and methodology. So the proposal does not explicitly clarify the distinction between research methods, which is the specific tools and data collection, and methodology, the overarching theoretical framework guiding the research. This conceptual gap could lead to a lack of coherence in the research design and how the chosen methods align with the project's philosophical underpinnings. I think that's something that would be fairly easy to rectify, though. There is also an insufficient elaboration on participatory and decolonial frameworks. So although the proposal rightly connects participatory approaches to decolonial methodologies, this remains an abstract claim. A gap exists between the provision of concrete examples or detailed explanation of how these methodologies will operationalize, which is crucial for demonstrating a genuine commitment to decolonization in research processes. And finally, you mentioned in the concept note that you will fulfill this within the timeline. However, in your presentation, you demonstrate that there'll be a bit of a challenge. So I think that the one-liner in the conceptual note could be elaborated upon. So if you're going to identify that you will complete this in the timeline, then a brief outline would be useful. There are some really important connections to broader Indigenous debates that you offer us. One of them is the ethics of data collection. Another are decolonial methodologies, since you're really interested in addressing the dominance of Western paradigms. Another are ecological management and custodians of the land. That's quite a big debate in Indigenous knowledge, and you address that. Another are inclusive approaches. So we have several questions, and of course, these questions aren't exhaustive, and there'll be many more, I'm sure, from the floor. Our first question is, what role do Indigenous knowledge custodians play in ecological sustainability? Are they conscious of these roles, or are you going to create awareness on how best they can play these roles? So again, collaboration, and I think since you're so strong on collaboration, this will be an easy one for you to attend to. A second is, do you anticipate or have you experienced any tension between traditional and modern practices of ecological sustainability and environmental management? How will these impact the overall project quality and outputs? A third is, methodologically, do you have any proposed common ways of co-generating information across the projects? What are they? And do you have any unique ways and that you can borrow from? And the last is, proposed policy action E is on capacity building and training. So how specifically are the target groups across the project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have responses to the questions before we go to?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. At the back, good afternoon. Okay, thank you so much. I think you can already see that I'm in minority here. Yeah, but the truth is we still have other two members who are not here with us because of other commitments. One of my colleagues has just lost his grandfather, so he's trying to attend to a few issues back home. That's why he's not part of us. But we represent, of course, the agreements and also the discussion that we had. So my name is Jimomapiri and I'm from Malawi, and I'll try to tackle some of the questions and reflections that have been raised by the discussant. So thank you so much for that thorough discussion. I mean, I'm asking myself, that was just a one pager. Where did you get all that from? So I mean, it just shows that you had a lot of thoughts, reflections around that. And I think that's a positive that we need to acknowledge as a group. So you raised some pertinent issues that I think, first of all, are a point of reflection for us as a group. One thing that I need to make it clear here is that we do not have a complete document at all. These are just thoughts, reflections from the different people, different countries. And the feedback that you gave us is mostly there to strengthen our position, our thinking, as we rephrase and also revise our concept notes and then share them later on. But that aside, I'll still try to address some of the issues that you mentioned, taking into account that every document is a living document. You can always make additions, but also you can try to bring in those debates within the academic discourse. You mentioned the issue of the tension between ecological the footprints, ecological footprints on the ground and the aspects of modernization. Is that how I got it, the question? If you can just repeat it. Okay, so the approach that we're bringing here, I think the key way that has been preached across since we started this conference is the aspect of co-production. And we are researchers, and we are not going to a field where we think there's nothing or there's knowledge that doesn't exist, that exists. What I'm trying to say here is indigenous knowledge has been there, has survived over the years, and we have had custodians there. All we are doing is not necessarily to change whatever's been happening there. What we want to do is to go down and understand the present status of what's happening on the ground. And from then we can determine the next steps depending on the situation on the ground. So for instance, there are contextual diversities between different countries that we're coming from. If you go to my country where we have a rainmaker, Mbona, okay, the context might be completely different. But what is more important, I think, what we have told ourselves is to go with a blank slate on the ground, understand what the reality is, what's happening. And then from there, we can try to formulate the map and map the way forward. So we understand, yes, that there are several roles that are being played on the ground from literature, that this is what is happening on the ground, but we want to do ground truthing. Go there and we understand exactly what's happening. And then from there, we can understand exactly what would be our point of intersection with the indigenous communities. So when we spoke around issues of creating repositories, archives, and all that, it's not necessarily that we really want to go with that approach to say, this is what we want to do. No. That's why everything around our concept, one of them was to say, our academic instruments that we are looking at, we may also need to revise them when we go on the ground. Because if I ask you, we are talking of knowledge co-production here, but how many of you consulted indigenous people in coming up with the concepts? Probably none, probably two, probably none, you know? So the idea is to say, we might have an idea in mind, but when we go back on the ground, depending on contextual realities, we need to rephrase these and make them less academic. And I think one of the key themes that was mentioned in the initial conversations was to say, we do not expect academic outputs as, the main outputs of this fellowship. So yes, we understand this way, a starting point, but when you go on the ground, I think the best for us is to understand what's happening. And then from there, we'll pick it up using our diverse expertise, but also localities, and then rephrase the methodology and also the methods. So touching on the question of the methodology, so it starts that, okay, we only have thoughts around how we're going to look at it. But I will be honest with you that the moment we go on the ground, that's where we're going to come together and think around what would be the best ways of collecting data, what would be the best ways of involving the communities, so that we seem to follow through that AFRIAK mission of knowledge production and not being extractive in the data collection process. So yes, we anticipate tensions. And I think that would be one of the findings, if I may put it that way, that depending on how the data comes out, we'll be able to see whether there are tensions or whether probably there are similarities, where maybe there are a lot of divergences within the different localities. But the most important thing is we have a broad idea of what we want to do. But then we'll take a step back when we go on the ground, because we need to understand the contextual realities before we proceed with anything that we want to do on the ground. So I can stop there for now and invite my colleagues to tackle one or two questions.
So good evening. I just want to respond on the question, like, who are the target audience for the capacity and training, right? So like, based on our research, we are targeting the audience to be the women and the youth in most cases. But then for the, based on the specificity of the research, men can also be the target group. This is because we consider men to be, we consider women to be the knowledge bearers of the society. We consider the youth to be like the ones to carry on the knowledge or the practice. And then for some cases, men, as I said. That is only if we want to sustain the indigenous knowledge, because in most cases, we're talking of the tillage practices. We're talking of the forecasting. We're talking of natural resource management. So basically, these are the target groups. And as in for youth, as we say, like the community kids would be a better fit for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have questions for group 13? Questions? Any questions for group 13?
Good afternoon. I don't really have a question. It's to what them, but to everyone here. All the groups that are presenting are saying we are going to consider women as the main knowledge bearers of intangible knowledge. We are going to include the youth. But my questions or my concerns are we really saying that women are the main knowledge holders of IKS, or it depends on the type of knowledge that we want? Because in terms, for example, in terms of sustaining natural resources, it depends who works with or who deal with that natural resource. So, for example, in my culture, it's men that goes for hunting. It means that go for salt collection. It's even a taboo, or it's not even allowed for women to go to the salt pen to go and get salt. Now, do you want to say it's still the women that contain that good knowledge of sustaining a salt pen? My second concern or question is, are we going to include youth as transmitters of information or receivers of information? Because in my case, as I said yesterday, I'm one of the knowledge bearers in my mid-30s, but I even receive people who are 80 years coming to ask information from me. So are we considering youth as transmitters of knowledge or just receivers of knowledge? Thank you.
Questions? Go on.
Sorry, thank you. Mine is not a question, but a compliment. But before I give the compliment, at least to my brother who has just spoken, that's how it feels living in a patriarchal community, actually. Women have been feeling that way for quite a long time. Just on a light note, but I think they'll respond on that. Okay, for me to the group, I'll just like to say I was really thrilled by the way you mentioned how you are going to disseminate your findings. It really intrigued me because you talked of digital, oral, and you captured the visual part. That was a very inclusive way of disseminating what you'll find on the ground. Thank you. We can clap for them at least.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Monica Tulsile Buddha from South Africa. And this is not a question, but rather a comment. I applaud the group for actually emphasizing on the role of women in preserving indigenous knowledge systems, because most of us here, if not all, are from indigenous communities where we see women actively participating in the likes of crafts, agriculture, and intangible heritage. Women are always at the forefront, and unfortunately, because of the society we live in, we do not see women as leaders, and hence why I applaud the IKS policy of 2004 of South Africa, which says women must be at the forefront and participate in IKS preservation. They must create jobs and wealth using their indigenous knowledge. And when you go to traditional markets, including here in Kigali, that's where you will see a lot of women selling traditional clothes, beadwork. Not that men are not doing it, but it's a woman-dominated, I don't know, sector or section. Also, in addition, this is something that I also focused on my master's and PhD, when I was looking at how Ndebele women were crafting their mathematical objects, but looking at women specifically as knowledge holders and how they transmit that knowledge from them to their daughters, and their daughters, from one generation to another. And it always has been a woman's specialty to craft the Ndebele artifacts and to to preserve, protect, and disseminate that. So creating policies that actually applaud women for such wonderful work is actually necessary. So I just wanted to applaud the group on emphasizing on women and gender. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have one more? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much to the group. Just a question of concern. The in speaking about, women as the holders of knowledge in indigenous contexts, especially while it's related to environment, I think there's a necessity for some conceptual clarification, potentially between the notions of matriarchy and matrifocality, which I think can be very useful in terms of delineating the knowledge system and the knowledge transfer. One designates a hierarchical system of power, and the other is far more heteriarchal. So that's one thing on the side. And then following on, in terms of context in which environmental disasters happen, and then the kind of explanation that's given. I remember recently when there was a large-scale flood in Malawi, some of the political leaders were arguing that this was sort of a sign from God. Now, when you go to the indigenous communities, you may find that people hold these interpretations. And as researchers, you are now put in a sticky position, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to engage the communities and orient the communities towards their indigenous knowledge. But then there are these explanations coming from policymakers, governmental officials, and authoritative figures in society. So how do you engage that while still maintaining the value of indigenous knowledge for addressing some of these climate catastrophes? Thank you.
So thank you so much. Maybe most of the response were just like the comments. We take them into considerations. But then what Serak asked is what I explained in the beginning, that we have some varieties in our research. Some of the research are based on tillage practices. Some of the research are based on natural resource management. Some of them are on early warning systems. So it depends on which society we are dealing with. And thank you so much, as you have spoken. We take this into consideration that when we are dealing with a patriarch society, we'll have to include the men as the sole owner of the indigenous knowledge and deal with them as they are. So as for Serak, you asked why are men left out? Yeah, I think the brother helped us to answer the question. So they're not left out completely, but then we deal with them as according to the society they belong. And are we going to include the youth? How are we going to include the youth? Is it like the transmitters or the receivers, right? So in most cases in our society, we are dealing with the early warning systems. We are dealing with tillage practices. We are dealing with natural resource management. These are the practices which should be passed on to the next generations, right? So this is basically why we are dealing with the youth as the receivers. So this should be told how the things are done, how the other people were doing these things. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I will not attempt to respond to the questions. I think there are points of reflection for us as a group. Yeah, there are points of reflection for us as a group, but I'll just speak in general terms to what some of the issues means to us. There was a question or a concern around the role of women in society. Are they the main knowledge holders or not? I think as a scholar, it's not a question that I can give an absolute answer to it, because there's always an issue of context. The most important thing is we recognize the role of women in all these issues. And I think for us in this research, what we're trying to establish is, given the contextual realities, what is the dominant role of women in this specific society? And how can we build that? And how can we leverage on that positionality to advance our research? So in the literature at the moment, that's what we're basing on. We know what women do, and we know exactly the role that women play. But we don't want to assume that that's what we're going to find on the ground, because there could be different patriarchal, matriarchal differences that probably can shape the research differently. In Tanzania, in Malawi, in Zambia, there could be all those differences. There could be similarities. So the most important thing that we're trying to look at is to look at positioning women within that landscape and see how best can they play a role in this whole kind of setup. But yes, we recognize that yes, they are knowledge holders, but also men are also knowledge holders. So that's how I can share my reflection on that. Similarly, the issue of the youth, are they transmitters, receivers? Of course, the absolute answer would be no, 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 no. We do not view them as a means to an end, no. Because all of us here are not the leaders of tomorrow. I think there's always that saying, no, the youth are the leaders of today. So I think it's best that we position the youth throughout the whole process, not just the transmitters or not just the the receivers of information. But what we intend to do is to position and leverage on their skills, the energy, all that they can probably bring into the equation. But where base are they most useful? In Sudan, for instance, issues to do with politics and all that, how best can we involve the youth in the project? In Malawi, probably, which is a bit less violent, probably the youth may take a different role altogether. But the most important thing is that we do not want to use the youth as a means to an end. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize on. So we understand the politicization of issues. We understand issues that disasters sometimes are hugely politicized because people want to be voted into power. Democracy, that's what it has been for grounding all along. But the most important thing is to start. And how do you start is to find of points where you can influence. Because you cannot change everything today. But as youth within the African setup, where is it that we can make our most important impact known and felt? I think that's the key issue that we need to be discussing. Thank you.
Hope to try to speak as slowly as I can and as calmly as I can, because this is an issue that is very emotive and it makes some of us emotional. Let me begin by saying that, is it? I don't know. It is? Yes. Let me quickly begin by saying that in South Africa, there are people who are called Chivenda speaking people. There is a misperception that those people are patriarchal for a reason I do not know, but perhaps because the people have come to believe themselves that they are patriarchal. But a recent book on the life of the president of South Africa who speaks Chivenda states that his name was given to him by his mother. Because in Chivenda culture, it is either women or adults in that community who are responsible for giving their children names. Any African who knows the significance of names will know that amongst African people, names are regarded as very important because they hold the history, the future, and everything about that child. And that responsibility in that culture is given to women. Linked to that, criminal rights in the history of the ancient Egyptian people, that the ancient Egyptians had given the responsibility to name children to women because mothers are regarded as very crucial, sacred, and central in the lives of people. Having said that, therefore, the point I'm trying to make is that Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya tells us in Facing Mount Kenya that when children are born into the world, the primary teacher for both girls and male children begins first to be the mother. It is only later that the father then focuses on the boys and the mother focuses on the girls. But the primary teacher is the mother. That is our culture. And so we should not confuse the reality of our colonialism with us as our culture. Samora Machel in 1973 was confronted by male chauvinistic men when they were challenging him for speaking up, for saying that the women's liberation is not an act of charity. He said to them that it is there in our culture. And lastly, brother, you see, matriarchy, unlike is not the other coin of patriarchy in African culture. Check under Diop tells us that where we understand patriarchy as being the exploitation and oppression of women by men. Matriarchy is not that. Africans themselves recognize that the first home of all human beings is the woman's womb. The first protector of all human beings is the woman. The first provider of all human beings is the woman. And therefore, they were bright enough to understand that the leadership of women comes naturally. And they had no business to contest that because there was no need to do that. And they embraced women's leadership as naturally as it came. That's why in Angola, the woman who commanded the army was the name will come later. It was a woman. It was a woman who led both men and women. Among the Batlokwa, it was Mantantis who led armies, both men and women. In Zimbabwe, it was Nehan. In Ghana, it was the Ashantewa. Zinga is the name I was looking for that escaped me in Angola. Those women commanded men in the armies and in the wars. So we should get this right and not confuse our present patriarchy with our African past.
Okay, thank you to group 13. Thank you. Mine now is about the general concept of climate change and environmental management. We know that there are very contentious issues and they continue to be discussed and even debated globally. Just a quick one. How disruptive do you think your projects will be in this particular case, and what will be the nature of your disruptions to this particular concept of climate change and environmental management, especially because now you are bringing in the component of IKS? Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. That's quite a very difficult question. It's a very difficult question because at the moment, climate change is one of the key debates, one of the key topics across regions, the whole country, and has implications in different sectors. Economically, there are quite a number of issues that can shape the debate and scholarship around climate change. So we know, I think, from the earlier conversations around who are the knowledge holders when it comes to climate change. It's a very contested space. And I think there are contextual differences and variations across different countries. In my country, for instance, we had the cyclone Idai in 2023, which was one of the most disruptive typhoon that came. And then the issues around air preparedness and response, people quizzed around how prepared the country were. But then it came to light that we had mechanisms, systems that were there to warn people that there's an impending disaster. But people didn't want to move, to relocate. Why? There's an idea to say, once we are affected by disasters, aid will come through. So there's a component of poverty that comes around there, okay? And then government says, okay, if we relocate these people and we don't support them to the new sites, they will not vote for us. See? So there are quite a lot of politicization around climate change and issues that could probably be disruptions as we undertake this one. But the issue is, there's a common ground around response to say, even the disaster risk management framework across all the countries, I think there's a realization to say, we cannot tackle climate change or disasters minus indigenous knowledge. So even the World Bank are including the IK into that system and that. So we anticipate, yes, that there will be quite a lot of them. But speaking from the perspective of me as being a Malawian, I think mostly it's all about issues of politicization. And I'm sure that I think with advocacy, we should be able to tackle some of those. I think that's how I can just share my reflections. But it's a very, very difficult question, and I really acknowledge that I may not have the full answer for that. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Maureen. I'd also like to add a point on the question that the guy asked about how research is gonna cause disruption and climate change. You cannot hear me? Oh, I need to speak into it. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, all right. I just wanted to say it's very important for us to note that we are doing different research and the outputs or the outcomes of the research, each is gonna have, we are focusing on indigenous knowledge, and this will shift the focus from experts to knowledge by the community. And also you can look at today's how NGOs go to the community to do projects about climate change, tree planting. They always call community meetings to understand how the community, the challenges the community face, just to understand from the local ground what is the challenges they face and what do they have in the community, what knowledge, and how they use that knowledge to, how do I put it? How they use that knowledge to overcome, to capture things like climate change. So it is important when we are doing this research, we are also appreciating the things that the community have, the knowledges that they have, and what we can pick from them. And this will inform experts on what to do on the ground. So that is what I can say. It's a very hard question, but yeah, that is what I think.
So very much. Can we give a round of applause to group 13? You have done very well. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
I just want to ask you guys, are the disasters natural or not? Speaking from your personal truth. Yeah? Are they natural or not? Yeah? So like, what is the answer? Yeah? You see, like deep in our hearts, we know that most of them are predictable, right? That is why we have the early warning systems, right? And these things have proven to be very effective in our communities. Like the birds, as they said, like the butterfly, right? Like the wind direction. So we can easily tell that these disasters, which are called natural, they're not natural, right? So in that case, I can just add, like, we find like nowadays, a lot of funds are going to like solving the effects of disasters than promoting the early warning systems, right? So it's quite of political and that issue. So of course we face a lot of challenges, but then if we go back to our truth, if we go back to our grounds, we all know that our early warning systems are perfect and they're very effective. So thank you.
So thank you. Thank you to group 13. Please come here for the picture. So thank you, Prof. Folayan. So here we are at the end of the day. Tomorrow is the last day. So if you have something to say, prepare it for tomorrow because it'll be your last day here. Tomorrow we will start with group presentations. Okay, we have 4 groups left for tomorrow. They know themselves. Group 5, group 11, 12, and 15. I don't know which group will start tomorrow morning. So when we get here, we'll know which group will start. Okay, so be here on time. And tomorrow after the group presentation, so we'll do the group presentation from morning till the lunch break. And after the lunch break, we'll have the closing session. Okay. And during the closing session, we'll come back on some of the things and on the next steps. So tomorrow, don't forget as well, tomorrow we'll have the grading links. Don't forget to fill that. Tomorrow also we will share with you a link to evaluate the whole workshop. Okay, the 2 weeks, so that we can have your feedback, not only in terms of what happened, how you felt about it and everything, to also help us improve future workshops. So thank you very much. And I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Have a nice evening. Enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Sit down.